Chapter 1109. Li Jian, Wenwenhai, and the others sat down with a belly full of questions. However, Lu Qingyang jumped out of his chair and laughed. Gang leader Zhang, how did you deal with those two little bastards? You must have a good talk with me. Before Zhang Xiaohu could speak, Chu Yunfei said in surprise, Grandmaster Lu, your injury. Then, he walked up to Lu Qingyang and said with a look of surprise and disbelief, I heard that after the battle at Misty Peak, after Grandmaster who took us away from the back of the mountain, all the disciples were captured. Except for those with weak martial arts, all of them were crippled of their martial arts. Grandmaster Lu, didn't you have your joints crushed and collapsed, unable to stand? Could it be, the rumors in Jianghu are wrong? Oh, I forgot. When Lu Qingyang heard this, he immediately slapped his forehead and jumped back to his seat. He then yelled, Chu Yunfei, which eye of yours saw me get up? Chu Yunfei was stunned and didn't know what to do. Li Jian looked at Lu Qingyang and then at Zhang Xiaohu and said angrily, Get up, old fifth Lu. Chu Yunfei is not an outsider. If he saw you, he saw you. Don't pretend anymore. Lu Qingyang still got up and said shamelessly, Second brother, you asked me to get up. Don't blame me if the news is leaked. Zhang Xiaohu had already sat down on the faction leader's seat. Looking at Li Jian's questioning eyes, he said with a smile, Elder Lu, please get up. This is for the disciples of the incense cult. There's no reason to hide it from Brother Chu. I'll get up. Lu Qingyang jumped up again and shouted, Faction leader Zhang, tell me, how did you subdue those two little bastards? Zhang Xiaohu spread out his hands and said with a smile, nothing else. Just facts and reason. Ah. That's it. Lu Qingyang didn't believe it, you didn't use your fists. Zhang Xiaohu looked like he didn't care whether he believed it or not, and said, that's it. What can I do to them? But Lu Qingyang was about to say something when Li Jian scolded, if clan leader Zhang says it's okay, then it's okay. Old fifth Lu, don't ask too much. Okay. Lu Qingyang murmured, but his heart was tense. He had never heard such a convincing person. Hall Master Qin, find someone to call Du Feng and Ding Chao back. Zhang Xiaohu instructed. Yes, although Aunt Qin didn't understand, she still answered. Ancestor Lu, your injuries, what's going on? Chu Yunfei still didn't forget to ask. It's nothing, that's all. I don't know myself, that's all. Seeing Li Jian winking at him, Lu Qingyang didn't know how to answer and could only mumble. Then, what about Master Ancestor Li? Chu Yunfei asked, unwilling to give up. Li Jian smiled and said ambiguously, it's hard to say. Brother Chu, you don't need to ask too much. Right now, my Misty School is in a delicate situation, and there are many things that I can't explain to you in detail. You only need to know that the current Misty School is the same as the previous Misty School. The incense teaching is only a test for my Misty School. Now that the test is about to end, I represent all the disciples of the Misty School to welcome Elder Hu back to Misty Mountain Villa with another group of disciples. Although Chu Yunfei didn't get what he wanted to know, looking at Li Jian's smile, Lu Qingyang who was standing steadily beside him, and the smiling faces of Wenwenhai, Xueqing, and Lu Yueming, how could he not know that a major change had occurred? Li Jian and the others didn't say anything, not because they didn't trust him, but because they were afraid that the news would leak out and affect the revival of the Misty School. This disciple knows, this disciple will definitely pass this news on to Master Ancestor Hu. Chu Yunfei was so happy that he was incoherent. At this time, a disciple entered the meeting hall and whispered a few words in front of Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin's expression changed greatly. She waved her hand and dismissed the disciple. Then she said nervously, Sect leader Zhang, bad news. Ding Chao and Du Feng are missing. Ah. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Xiaohu asked nervously, what happened? Reporting to sect leader, according to this disciple, I saw 2 vice hall masters personally standing guard around the villa, but when I asked them to come to the meeting hall, they were nowhere to be seen. I don't know where they went. Sect leader, could it be those 2 brats from the incense teaching school who did it? Lu Qingyang shouted. Impossible. Zhang Xiaohu denied. But, where could they have gone? Li Jian also frowned. Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. Before he could speak, he heard a rush of light footsteps outside the meeting hall. Zhang Xiaohu's lips curled into a smile. Du Feng and Ding Chao used their qinggong to leap into the meeting hall. Seeing everyone in the hall, the 2 of them looked back with lingering fear, as if something unbelievable had just happened. Ahem, Ding Chao, Du Feng, where did you go? Zhang Xiaohu saw that the 2 of them looked as if they had seen a ghost and became even more determined. He held back the laughter in his heart and asked. This. Du Feng and Ding Chao looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Lu Qingyang scolded, sect leader Zhang is asking you something, how can you be negligent? Could it be that Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng did something to you? Xue Qing asked. Well. Ding Chao thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Faction leader Zhang, masters, please forgive me for being unfilial. I've already promised others that I won't tell them the whole story. Please don't force me. You. When Lu Qingyang heard this, he almost wanted to use his alms bull-sized fist to beat him up. It was fine if he didn't want to tell them, but he had succeeded in provoking others' curiosity. This wasn't killing the cat, it was killing people. When everyone looked at Du Feng again, the expression on Du Feng's face relaxed a little. What about you, Du Feng? You can't tell your masters either, right? Lu Yueming asked with a smile. Du Feng waved his hand, no, there's nothing I can't say. That senior didn't say anything to me before. It's just that. I didn't see the senior's face these 2 times. I don't even know if it's a man or a woman. It's a man. I can tell from his voice. Ding Chao added. Du Feng glared at Ding Chao and said, what I mean is that I didn't see his face at all. Ding Chao smiled and didn't say anything. Then what exactly happened? Du Feng, tell us. Zhang Xiaohu asked even though he already knew the answer. Sure enough, Du Feng thought for a moment and told them what happened on Shixin Peak. Before he finished, Li Jian and Wen Wenhai were shocked. They looked at Zhang Xiaohu and wanted to ask. Zhang Xiaohu was surprised and asked curiously, you said, after you took that elixir, there was a heat flow in your meridians? Then, after refining that heat flow, my inner strength improved greatly. Yes. Could it be that sect leader Zhang has taken it before? Du Feng asked curiously. I haven't taken it before, but I've heard of it. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Li Jian and said, go on. Yes, sect leader Zhang. Du Feng cleared his throat and said, just now, Ding Chao and I were guarding outside the villa. We were afraid that the disciples of the incense cult would go out to spread the news. But as we were walking, we suddenly felt a pain in our back and everything went black. When we woke up, we were in the bushes beside the road. I used my qi and found that my acupoints were sealed. There was a short black shadow in front of me, hiding his body in a cloak. Ah! He captured both of you at once. Li Jian felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Yes, ancestrally, that's exactly what happened. Ding Chao added. What did that person do to you? Wen Wenhai asked. That person didn't do anything. He just told us that he was a person who had a deep relationship with the Misty School. He was the one who gave us the elixir on Shershin Peak and helped us improve our skills. How is that possible? How could he go to Shershin Peak? Lu Qingyang's face was full of disbelief. But I had Qigong deviation on Shershin Peak. There was no one around, and this senior clearly described the situation at that time. I can't help but believe it. Du Feng looked at Ding Chao and said, and looking at senior brother Ding, what the senior said about him must be true. Ding Chao blushed and said, that's right. That matter, only I and junior sister know. There is no fourth person who knows. I can confirm that it was that senior. That's right. Because it was at Shershin Peak, Disciple had thought that it was an elder of Fragrant Cult. Disciple was conflicted. Now that I've heard that this senior has a deep relationship with our Misty sect and is not from Fragrant Cult, Disciple's heart is at ease. Du Feng seemed to be relieved. Me too. I finally figured out that my martial arts have nothing to do with the incense cult. Ding Chao also laughed. Then, why do you look like that? Like you saw a ghost. Reporting to Ancestrally, because after that senior left, I found that the place where I was very far from the Misty Mountain Villa. It was absolutely impossible for me to get there in a short time. This subordinate waited for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. But when I asked the disciple on duty, this subordinate also left for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. So, faction leader Zhang, what do you think? Lu Yueming asked softly. I can't say much because I also promised this senior that I would never tell anyone. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Ah. Li Jian and the others exclaimed and stood up. Could it be, we are all the benefactors of this senior? Yes, I was also hesitant before, but after listening to Ding Chao and Du Feng, I can confirm that it is this senior. Zhang Xiaohu emphasized this senior, but he was laughing in his heart. Finally, the matter of the elixir and Zhang Xiaohua was perfectly covered up. Presumably, all the things in the future could be pushed to Zhang Xiaohua, this so-called senior. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 11:10. After listening to Zhang Xiaohu's explanation, Li Jian, Wenhai and the others suddenly understood. To be honest, they had been muttering in their hearts. To be able to restore the martial arts of thousands of Misty School disciples who had been crippled, this was definitely not a simple matter. In the Jianghu, it was simply a miracle. Although they trusted Zhang Xiaohu, they were always worried about Zhang Xiaohu's methods. Yes, with Zhang Xiaohu's methods, it was absolutely impossible for him to have such an ability. As for Zhang Xiaohu said, did he get the magical elixir from the Twilight Orchid refinement? Please, they were all people who had been in the Jianghu and had also been through the extermination of a sect. How could they be deceived by such a simple reason? However, the restoration of martial arts was obvious to all, and it was also true that they had taken down the Misty Heights. If not, they would almost believe that Zhang Xiaohu was a spy specially cultivated by Nun Jingyi. However, just for a spy, to restore the martial arts of all the Misty School disciples? This was too much of a price. And, with Du Feng and Ding Chao, these two unrelated examples, Zhang Xiaohu's explanation seemed to be very easy to accept. Therefore, Li Jian said again, then, who is this person? Who can have such a magical elixir and follow me to Shershin Peak? Someone who has a great relationship with the Misty School. Thinking about it, there can only be one person. Ah. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and whispered, this senior has already said that we can't leak it out. It's better for us not to make wild guesses. Li Jian frowned, senior naturally has his reasons for saying this, but we are indebted to him, so we can't not know. I thought for a long time, and only the one in Huanxi Villa has a slight possibility. With a thump, Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. He looked a little flustered and said, ancestrally. We still have guests here, let's talk to them first. However, Li Jian acted as if he didn't hear him. After muttering for a while, he asked again, Faction leader Zhang, don't you think that senior is missing an arm? Sigh, Zhang Xiaohu finally heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head slightly. I've never seen that senior's full appearance, and I don't even know if he's missing an arm. I don't think so. Du Feng shook his head and said, that senior seemed to use both of his hands when he healed me. And, just now in the cloak, it didn't seem like. Oh right, Grandmaster Li, if it was only one arm, how could you take me and senior brother Ding away together? That's true. Li Jian nodded. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't let Li Jian guess blindly, so he hurriedly said to Chu Yunfei, Brother Chu, did Elder Hu say when he will return to Misty Heights? Hearing this, Chu Yunfei cupped his hands and said, reporting to faction leader Zhang, Elder Hu knew that the Misty School was restored, so he was very happy and had been looking forward to coming back. But, he also knew that there must be something wrong, so he sent his disciples to take a look. If the Misty School was controlled by my Misty School's disciples, even if there were disciples of the incense cult, Elder Hu would still come back to help faction leader Zhang. Haha, that's great. Zhang Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, Brother Chu must have seen that my Misty School has many things waiting to be done. We just need Elder Hu and the other elders of the Misty School to come back and revitalize my Misty School together. Li Jian thought for a while, but he had no clue. He had to pull his thoughts back and nodded, that's right. Now the Misty School is the Misty School of the Misty Heights. We are all hiding our strength. If Boss Hu comes back, the strength of our Misty School will increase greatly. Who will worry about the disciples of the incense cult? Well, Grandmaster Li, don't worry about this. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng will not do anything harmful to our Misty School in the future. And with their support, I think those disciples of the incense cult will be honest and obedient. That's good. I forgot about this. Li Jian smiled. Well, Du Feng, you accompany Brother Chu and let him see the current Misty Heights, so that he can go back and report to Elder Hu. Tomorrow at noon, you all come to the conference hall. I have something important to announce. Yes, Grand Faction Master. Not only did Du Feng stand up, Li Jian and the others also stood up. Oh, right. Grand Faction Master Zhang, I have a private matter that I want to ask you. Chu Yunfei saw that Zhang Xiaohu was about to leave, so he quickly said. So it's like this. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, then I'll have to ask the elders to leave for a while. Li Jian smiled and left first. After everyone left, Chu Yunfei said embarrassedly, Grand Faction Master Zhang, do you have a younger brother named Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, haha, of course. Zhang Xiaohua is my younger brother. Then, without waiting for Chu Yunfei to say anything, Zhang Xiaohu said again, Xiaohua has already told me that he met you in Songning Town. Haha, that's good. I've been wondering that I didn't meet a disciple of our Misty School. Since he's your younger brother, I should thank him even more. I wonder, where is Zhang Xiaohua? Well. Zhang Xiaohu hesitated and said, Xiaohua is in Huanxi Villa, but I don't know if he's there now. Well, I'll go back and have a look. If he's there, I'll tell him what you mean, okay? That's good, Chu Yunfei said gratefully, your younger brother is not only good at martial arts, but also very close to your brother. He knew that Grand Faction Master Zhang might have gone to the incense cult, so he insisted on going with you. But I don't know where the incense cult is, and Elder Hu doesn't know either, so, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Brother Chu, you're right. But the incense cult is a long journey. My younger brother is still young. Even if he wants to go, he doesn't have enough strength. Later, when he got your message, he gave up looking for me. I just went back to the Misty Peak recently and brought my family here. My younger brother naturally came with me. Well, I hope Grand Faction Master Zhang can tell him what I mean. I also hope to thank him in person for saving my life. Okay, I'll tell him. But I don't know if he's at home. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. After Chu Yunfei left, Zhang Xiaohu also went back to the Huanxi villa. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua was not in the small courtyard at all. She must have gone to the alchemy room of the Misty Palace to refine pills. Thinking of what Zhang Xiaohua had done for the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu was a little embarrassed. It seemed that she had done more than him. The title of Grand Faction Master of the Misty School should be Zhang Xiaohua. She's the founder of the Beidou School. Why would she care about the Grand Faction Master of the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu could not help but smile bitterly. Everyone's pursuit was really different. In the alchemy room, 7 alchemy furnaces were melting together. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged. She sneezed several times in a row, which made him wonder, although the weather is starting to get cold, it shouldn't be so bad. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohu did not go to the conference hall. Instead, he went straight to the back mountain of the Misty School. He stayed in the place where the disciples of the Righteous Alliance were imprisoned for a long time. He did not leave until it was almost noon. Du Feng had received Zhang Xiaohu's order. He accompanied Chu Yunfei the whole morning to see all the places of the Misty Mountain Villa. The more Chu Yunfei looked, the more excited he was. The Misty Mountain Villa was the place where he grew up. How could he not have feelings for it? Now that he saw that the Misty Mountain Villa was no different from before. His amiable fellow apprentices were diligently practicing martial arts. This had long evoked his homesickness. When he returned to the conference hall, before Zhang Xiaohu could say anything, Chu Yunfei bowed and said, reporting to Grand Faction Master Zhang, this disciple has been accompanied by Vice Hall Leader Du. It seems that the Misty Mountain Villa is quite different from what this disciple had imagined. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, Brother Chu. What did you think before? Chu Yunfei hesitated for a moment and said without any trace of politeness, this disciple thought that Grand Faction Master Zhang was just a figurehead. The people who could speak were the disciples of the fragrance cult. An elderly, Elder Lu, even Martial Uncle Wen and Martial Uncle Lu did not come back with Grand Faction Master Zhang. They were left in the fragrance cult as hostages. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, Brother Chu, you are very imaginative. But what you said is probably what everyone in Jianghu thinks. There is nothing strange about it. Grand Faction Master Zhang is right. Elder Hu told this disciple to observe carefully and carefully. But when I saw Elderly yesterday, I was already relieved. This Misty School is still our Misty School. Nothing has changed. Good. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, I am also very much looking forward to Elder Hu's return. Only when Elder Hu and the others come back can our Misty School really be restored to its former Misty School. Yes, this is also what this disciple hopes for. Chu Yunfei said with a smile, so this disciple will not stay here any longer. I will hurry back and report this matter to Elder Hu. If there is no accident, there should be a reply in 10 days. So fast. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and then said with a smile, Look, Elder Hu has also been paying attention to ethereal heights for a long time. Yes, as early as the news that the Misty School's disciples returned to ethereal heights came, Elder Hu began to prepare. Now that the news is correct, of course, he will come back as soon as possible. That's good. Then I will have to trouble Brother Chu. I will be waiting for Elder Hu and the other brothers in Ethereal Heights. I don't dare. Grand Faction Master Zhang, please call me Chu Yunfei. Chu Yunfei thought for a moment and asked, about what I said yesterday. Brother Chu, unfortunately, my brother was not at home last night. My family doesn't know where he went. I am afraid that you can't see him now. Brother Chu will return to Ethereal Heights in a few days. Won't there be many opportunities to meet? Chu Yunfei was a little disappointed, but he still cupped his hands and said, Grand Faction Master Zhang is right. I will leave now. See you in a few days. My Misty School has a very important meeting in the afternoon. Brother Chu, don't you want to listen to it? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and asked him to stay. Chapter 11:11. No, I don't have the qualifications to participate in the meeting, so I won't take part in this. I still want to report the situation here to Elder Hu so that I can return to Ethereal Mountain Villa as soon as possible. Chu Yunfei didn't hide his eagerness to return. Alright, since Brother Chu says so, I won't keep you. Please, Zhang Xiaohu stood up to see him out. Chu Yunfei didn't dare to let the Misty School's faction master see him out. He quickly bowed and said, I'll take my leave. Please stay, faction master. Good. Du Feng, help me see Chu Yunfei out. Then inform Elder Li, Elder Lu, and Elder Wen. Yes, I'll follow your orders. Du Feng replied and then sent Chu Yun out. Ding Chao, go to the pharmacy hall and invite Vice Faction Master Ming Qing and Vice Faction Master Gao Kunheng here for a meeting. Then go to the back of Ethereal Mountain and bring the people from the Alliance of Righteous Sects here. Ding Chao was confused, but he still nodded and left. Hall Master Qin, please call the disciples from Fledgling Hall, Minsui Hall, Divine Machine Hall, and Law Enforcement Hall who were qualified to come to the meeting hall. Ask them to come to the meeting hall as well. Yes, as you command, Grand Faction Master. Madam Qin replied. However, she turned around halfway and said, Faction Master Zhang, you're making such a big fuss. Are you going to break off relations with the incense cult? We don't have the strength to do that yet. Faction Master Zhang, please reconsider. Thank you for your advice, Hall Master Qin. I know what to do. You can go now. Zhang Xiaohua said nonchalantly. Sigh. Madam Qin could only sigh and walk out of the meeting hall. In the time it took to eat a meal, everyone had arrived. The meeting hall was filled with people. However, it was the first time that most of the disciples had entered the meeting hall after the calamity. The leader of this meeting hall had also changed. Hence, they did not dare to speak and just stood there quietly. The last ones to enter were Li Jian and Lu Qingyang. The two of them immediately saw Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng sitting on the chairs to the right of Zhang Xiaohu. Lu Qingyang's expression changed and he hurriedly looked around for a reclining chair. However, he didn't expect the two of them to come. He didn't make any preparations at all. Where could he find one now? Seeing Lu Qingyang's appearance, the corners of Zhang Xiaohu's mouth curled into a smile. He beckoned Lu Qingyang over. Lu Qingyang looked at Li Jian, then glared at Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. He went straight to Zhang Xiaohu and asked in a low voice, Grand Gang Leader Zhang, why, did you ask me to come here? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, because I want to tell you that from today onwards, Elder Lu, you don't have to pretend that your injuries haven't healed. Ah. Next to him, Li Jian was stunned. He looked at Lu Qingyang with a strange expression. He didn't know what Zhang Xiaohu was trying to sell. Elders, please take a seat. Listen to me. Yes, as you command, Grand Gang Leader. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang sat on the chairs to the left of Zhang Xiaohu. Hey, who are those two people? Lu Qingyang looked at the two people next to Ming Qing and was stunned. Shoo, don't ask first. I don't know either. Let's wait for Grand Gang leader Zhang to introduce them. Alright, everyone. Seeing that everyone was here, Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, after my misty school conquered ethereal heights, I often come to this conference hall. I've also dealt with a lot of the sex affairs. However, this conference hall has never been as lively as it is today. I've also never been as happy as I am today. Because from today onwards, this conference hall will be the real place for my Misty School to discuss matters. My Misty School's disciples' words will have real weight here. Li Jian, Wen Wenhai, and the others listened and frowned. However, looking at Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's reactions, they were even more puzzled. Not only did the two not lower their heads, but they also raised their heads slightly. They narrowed their eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. When they heard something, they even nodded slightly. It seemed that they were the same as Wen Wenhai, Misty School's direct disciples. This is really strange. Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming exchanged glances. They were both extremely puzzled. In the conference hall, Zhang Xiaohu's voice was still echoing. I'm indebted to all the Misty School's elders and teachers for not abandoning me and pushing me to be the Grand Gang leader of the Misty School. I'm also indebted to all the Misty School's martial uncles, senior brothers, and senior sisters of the Misty School to listen to my orders. I'll definitely not disappoint everyone. I'll work hard and do my best to run our Misty School well. I'll let all the seniors of the Misty School in the Netherworld rest in peace. Well said, Grand Gang leader Zhang. Ming Qing was the first to applaud. Everyone was stunned and thought to themselves, what does this have to do with you? But their hands were also clapping with all their might. After everyone's applause died down, Zhang Xiaohu continued, also, I have a few other happy events to announce. First, the Misty School branch brothers that elder who took away will be able to return to ethereal heights in 10 days. My Misty School brothers will be able to reunite, and my Misty School's strength will be able to rise to another level. Great, everyone was happy to hear that. Zhang Xiaohu gestured with his hands and continued, the second happy event is that the disciples of the Righteous Alliance will be officially integrated into my Misty School from today onwards. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The two people beside Ming Qing stood up and bowed to everyone. I'm Wang Luan and Lu Bin. Greetings to everyone. Ah. Only then did everyone understand that the people sitting beside Ming Qing were actually the captured disciples of the Righteous Alliance. After the battle at Ethereal Peak, everyone already knew the strength of the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. They were not much inferior to the disciples of Misty School. On that day, because Zhang Xiaohua had killed the Righteous Alliance's class leader Fugui and the four great reverends, the disciples of the Righteous Alliance were scared silly. Hence, thousands of elites had put down their weapons without fighting. These elite disciples were sent by the Righteous Alliance to guard Ethereal Peak. They were the elites of the Righteous Alliance. With the addition of these captured disciples, it would definitely make the Misty School even more powerful. After Wang Luan and Lu Bin bowed, they sat down. They did not mind the coldness of the people of Misty School. When the two of them sat down, the disciples of Misty School came to their senses. They clapped and cheered. Then, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Third, naturally, the disciples of the incense cult will be integrated into my Misty School. It doesn't matter if this is a cliché or an old bottle of wine. In short, from now on, these disciples will be my Misty School's disciples. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng stood up and bowed to everyone. I'm Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. Greetings to everyone. Everyone present did not understand the situation. They could understand the disciples of the Righteous Alliance surrendering, but what about the incense cult? Were they originally Misty School's disciples? Why did they emphasize it again? The disciples of Misty School had a natural resistance to the disciples of the incense cult. Not to mention cheering, they did not even applaud. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, I naturally know about the past. However, from now on, the disciples led by Deputy Leader Ming and Deputy Leader Gao are real disciples of my Misty School. They are no longer disciples of the incense cult. Do you all understand? Hearing this, Li Jian immediately clapped and said with a smile, Leader Zhang is a man of great talent. He actually brought the original disciples of the incense cult and the righteous alliance into my Misty School. This is really a great event for my Misty School. Good, everyone heard this and quickly clapped. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, from now on, there are no more disciples of the incense cult or the righteous alliance in Ethereal Heights. They are all disciples of my Misty School. If there is any filthy matter, or if you mention the past, I will not tolerate it. I will punish all of you severely. Yes, we will follow leader's orders. Everyone said in unison. Well, then I have finished talking about the good news. Next, I will announce a few more tasks. Zhang Xiaohua looked around at everyone and said with a smile, the first thing is that my Ethereal Heights has so many new disciples. In the future, there will be disciples brought by Elder Hu. Our Ethereal Heights does not have enough rooms. The original disciples of the incense cult can't always occupy the pharmacy hall. Therefore, I need to find someone who can build a house for my Ethereal Heights. Boom! Everyone laughed. This laughter was not ridicule, but laughter from the bottom of their hearts. Li Jian also could not hide his smile and said loudly, Leader Zhang, this kind of thing is done by the Divine Engineering Hall. The Divine Engineering Hall has a disciple in charge of this kind of thing. Then he turned his head and said, which disciple is it? Hurry up and explain to Leader Zhang. Before he finished speaking, a short, fat, and honest disciple came out from behind and bowed. Disciple Lu Wanquan greets Leader Zhang. Disciple is in charge of this kind of thing in the Divine Engineering Hall. Good. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, please wait a moment. Then he raised his head and said, which disciple is in charge of external affairs like the Lotus Escort Agency? A disciple who looked a little shrewd came out from the crowd and bowed. Disciple Wan Feng is in charge of this kind of thing in the Divine Engineering Hall. Well, good. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said loudly, I plan to take out external affairs and internal affairs from the Divine Engineering Hall and set up another external affairs hall to be in charge of these two kinds of things. Lu Wanquan and Wan Feng will be the deputy hall masters. What does everyone think? Lu Wanquan and Wan Feng were pleasantly surprised. Then they looked around nervously, afraid that someone would object. Seeing this, Li Jian said, Leader Zhang, Lu Wanquan and Wan Feng will be the deputy hall masters. Then, who will be the hall master? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, I haven't thought it through yet. If Elderly has someone to recommend, that would be the best. Li Jian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is the authority of the leader. It's better if I don't say too much. Hee, that's good too. Then we'll wait for Elder Hu to come back and let him recommend someone. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Li Jian was stunned. Then he understood and nodded slightly. Seeing Li Jian nod, Zhang Xiaohu also smiled and nodded. Well, since no one objects, I will appoint Lu Wanquan and Wan Feng as the deputy hall masters of the Misty School's External Affairs Hall. Then he said to Lu Wanquan, Hall Master Lu Fu, you have to lead the disciples under you and build the house as well. Otherwise, everyone will make things difficult for you. Please rest assured, Leader Zhang. This disciple, this subordinate will definitely not disappoint Leader Zhang and let our Misty School's disciples live in the best houses. Lu Wanquan was almost moved to tears. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you. To be continued. Chapter 11-12. That's great. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, everyone will do their best for our Misty School. Vice Leader Lu, please don't disappoint us. Then he turned to Wan Feng and said, Lotus Flower Escort Agency and the other Misty School's external forces also need to be integrated. Otherwise, our Misty School's disciples won't have any extra food at home. We can't possibly practice martial arts on an empty stomach, right? Vice Leader Wan's responsibility is also very heavy. If you have any needs, feel free to ask me. I will do my best to cooperate with you. Wan Feng didn't expect Zhang Xiaohu to place such importance on him. He was grateful and said, your subordinate's life belongs to Grand Faction Leader. Since Grand Faction Leader is so fond of me, your subordinate will do his best to let our Misty School's disciples have nothing to worry about. Ah, very good. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and asked Lu Wanquan and Wan Feng to sit down. Then he smiled and said, now that our Misty School's disciples have increased greatly, the original halls can no longer accommodate so many disciples. Moreover, it's inconvenient to manage them. Therefore, I suggest that we set up a martial arts lecture hall and a martial arts discussion hall. Thousands of disciples from the original incense cult will be managed in these two halls. The two vice leaders, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, will be the hall masters of these two halls. What do you think? For a moment, the meeting hall was silent. The disciples of the Misty School didn't speak. After a while, Li Jian smiled and said, Grand Faction Leader Zhang's suggestion is very appropriate. The original incense cult disciples are not our Misty School disciples. It's inevitable that there will be conflicts if we manage them together. If we can set up one hall, we can take advantage of the situation and develop harmoniously. This old man agrees. Everyone understood Li Jian's words. The disciples of the incense cult were very powerful. If they didn't manage them individually, it was hard to guarantee that something like Wang Dong wouldn't happen again. Letting Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng manage them was a good idea. Besides, the disciples of the incense cult only listened to Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. Zhang Xiaohu's suggestion was reasonable, but could Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng do it? However, when Li Jian finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohu raised his hand and said, Vice Gang Leader Ming, Vice Gang Leader Gao, what do you think? Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's words made all the Misty School disciples' jaws drop to the ground. Yes, Gang Leader. We will remember Gang Leader's teachings. We will do our best for the Misty School until the day we die. Seeing everyone's shocked faces, Zhang Xiaohu smiled faintly. I know that you guys are handsome for a while in the fragrant cult, but the fragrant cult is all about women. My Misty School is different. If you guys contribute to my Misty School will definitely not mistreat you. We understand. We will not let you down. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng stood up and cupped their hands in salute. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Jian and the others suddenly understood. No matter how outstanding Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were, there was no way they could stand out in the fragrant cult. However, the Misty School was also an inheritance of the way of the immortals. It would definitely be very attractive to them. You guys, sit down. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, Next, I'm sure everyone knows that I will put the original disciples of the Righteous Alliance into two halls. These two halls will be called the Jinwu Hall and the Hongwu Hall. The original disciples of the Righteous Alliance, Wang Luan and Lu Bin, will be the respective hall masters. What do you guys think? The disciples of the Righteous Alliance were different from the disciples of the Fragrant Cult. Although these disciples were strong in battle and would be a great help to the Misty School, they were still disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Not to mention whether they were willing or not, even the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, might not be able to do the same. This is a hot potato. Everyone had the same thought. Sect leader Zhang, this matter. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Can you reconsider? Lu Yueming stood up and said. I've thought about what Master Lu said. I have my own way of dealing with it. Please don't worry. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Then, all right. The disciples of the Righteous Alliance are all capable. If they really become disciples of the Misty School, I'll be happy. Lu Yueming sat down helplessly. Do you guys have any objections? Zhang Xiaohu asked Wang Luan and Lu Bin as usual. How could the two of them have any objections? They bowed and said, the ethereal sect is the orthodox sect of the immortal Tao. We were fortunate that sect master Zhang didn't abandon us and accepted us into the ethereal sect. This is what we have been longing for many years. Now that sect master Zhang has passed it on to everyone, we can only thank sect master Zhang for entrusting us with this task. We will do our best to manage our disciples well. Very good. Zhang Xiaohu gestured for the two to sit down and said, the new 4 halls are named after martial arts. They will be the sharpest martial arts of the Misty School. I hope that the disciples of the 4 halls will work hard and make the name of the Misty School known in the martial arts world. We will not disappoint sect leader Zhang. The 2 deputy leaders and 2 hall leaders stood up together. The disciples of the Misty School were enlightened. Just like Ming Jing, they knew why Zhang Xiaohu made such arrangements. They had already given Zhang Xiaohu countless thumbs up in their hearts. The former disciples of the Incense Cult and the Righteous Alliance who had nothing to do with them. Using them as fighters. To think that sect leader Zhang could think of such a thing. To think that the 4 deputy leaders and hall leaders would agree to it. But was that the truth? Ha! Zhang Xiaohu laughed and clapped his hands. Today will be a milestone in the history of the Misty School. Everyone will be proud of this moment after witnessing it. Sect leader Zhang is wise. The disciples of the Misty School were in an uproar. If the disciples of the Martial Arts Lecture Hall, Martial Arts Symposium Hall, Martial Arts Hall, and Martial Arts Hall were included, the strength of the Misty School was already stronger than the Misty School under O Pang. How could they not be happy? After the commotion died down, Zhang Xiaohua stood up again and said, everyone, please calm down. I have not finished speaking. There's more. The crowd immediately quieted down. Zhang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and looked around at the crowd. The Law Enforcement Hall is the hall in the Misty School that enforces the sect's rules. It is extremely important. Not only does it have to quote the classics, it also has to be fair in its rewards and punishments. Du Feng, as the deputy hall leader of the Law Enforcement Hall, is not enough to deter the entire Misty School. Therefore, I nominate Martial Uncle Lu Yueming, who has always hated evil, to be the deputy leader of the Misty School and also the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. What do you think? Everyone clapped and nodded. Lu Yueming was O Pang's direct disciple and had a great reputation in the sect. Back then, he was second only to Zhang Qingyue. Of course, he would be the deputy leader of the Misty School. However, while Aunt Qin and the others were happy, they couldn't help but worry. They looked hesitant and didn't know if they should voice their thoughts. Zhang Xiaohu knew what Aunt Qin was thinking. He waved his hand and said, Hall Leader Qin, do you have something you want to say? This is the meeting hall of the Misty School. It is the place to discuss sect matters. I am still young and inexperienced. If Hall Leader Qin has any advice that can help me make up for my shortcomings, I will be happy. Aunt Qin hesitated. She looked at Lu Yueming and said embarrassedly, this subordinate does have some thoughts. Of course, Lu. Deputy Leader Lu's abilities are outstanding. This heavy responsibility should be used to the best of one's ability. This subordinate has no intention of objecting. However, Deputy Leader Lu's martial arts are inferior. If he is taken advantage of by outsiders, wouldn't Big Leader Zhang harm Deputy Leader Lu? Hee hee. Lu Yueming looked at Zhang Xiaohu when he heard this. Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly. Lu Yueming threw away the crutch in his hand. His body floated up and made a turn in the air. Then, he circled around and slowly climbed up. When he reached the roof of the assembly hall, he slid a few feet to the side. Then, like an eagle, he flew down. Ah! Ethereal steps. Aunt Qin was dumbfounded. She covered her mouth with her hand and exclaimed, Deputy Leader Lu recovered his internal strength. Hee hee. Lu Yueming smiled but didn't answer. After a while, Aunt Qin's face was filled with joy. She cupped her hands and said, Big Leader Zhang, this subordinate has no other questions. Very good. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, Actually, with Hall Leader Qin's experience and ability, you can also be the deputy leader. However, Aunt Qin was shocked. She quickly stood up and bowed, Big Leader Zhang, this subordinate is too much. This subordinate is just a woman. In order to accompany Hall Master Yang on Shixin Peak, I had no choice but to become the Deputy Hall Master of the Misty Hall. Big Sect Master must also know about the tradition of the incense cult, so this subordinate had to bite the bullet. Now that I'm back at Misty School, although this subordinate is still the hall leader of Mingzue Hall, this subordinate feels at ease and feels very good. If this subordinate really becomes the deputy leader, this subordinate still feels very uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. The older disciples of Misty School all laughed. Aunt Qin was right. She was indeed nothing in Misty School. The reason why she was made the hall leader of Mingzue Hall was mainly because she was a woman. It was more convenient for her to manage Mingzue Hall. If she was really given the deputy leader position, Zhang Xiaohu dared to give it to her, but she really didn't dare to take it. Ha! Zhang Xiaohu gestured for her to sit down. Rest assured, Hall Leader Qin. In the future, there will be plenty of positions in Misty School. You can take your time and see. The disciples of Misty School felt a chill in their hearts, but they quickly became happy. They had received Zhang Xiaohu's grace and secretly placed Zhang Xiaohu in a very high position in their hearts. Now that they saw that Zhang Xiaohu wanted to make Misty School bigger, they had to support him unconditionally, both publicly and privately. Alright, Deputy Leader Lu, you don't have any objections, right? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Lu Yueming with a smile. Lu Yueming hadn't sat down. When he heard this, he bowed and saluted, as Big Leader Zhang commands. This subordinate will do his best to assist Big Leader Zhang. Deputy Leader Lu, please take a seat. After Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, she looked at Xue Qing and said, Marshal Uncle Xue, Kitty Hawk Hall is the foundation of our Misty School. All the young disciples have to be nurtured there. It is of utmost importance. Would you like to be the hall leader of Kitty Hawk Hall? This. Xue Qing was a little hesitant. He glanced at Wen Wenhai. Wen Wenhai nodded slightly. Thus, Xue Qing said softly, this subordinate doesn't like trivial matters. But, if Big Leader Zhang doesn't have a suitable candidate, this subordinate is willing to take on this heavy responsibility. Good. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Marshal Uncle Xue, if you take on the role of Kitty Hawk Hall leader, you can choose the former elite disciples of Kitty Hawk Hall and recommend them to me. I will appoint them as deputy hall leaders of Kitty Hawk Hall. Also, please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect it, please tip it. If you like this work, you are welcome to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote at Qidian. Calm. Chapter 11-13. When Xue Qing's ears perked up to hear Zhang Xiaohu say, and something, Zhang Xiaohu stopped abruptly and waved his hand. Since Hall Master Xue has no objections, please take a seat. From today onwards, you will be in charge of Kitty Hawk Hall's affairs. Quickly rebuild Kitty Hawk Hall. The inheritance of Misty School's orthodoxy will fall on their heads. Orthodoxy. Inheritance. Others might not have felt anything when they heard it, but Li Jian was stunned. Zhang Xiaohu was only Wen Wenhai's disciple, and his master was martial arts. Moreover, Wen Wenhai himself was not the chief disciple of Misty School. He only knew that Misty School was an immortal inheritance, but he was completely clueless as to how it was passed down. Peng and Zhang Qingyue died in a hurry and did not leave anything behind. Misty School's martial arts continued, but immortality. Fundamentally speaking, it was already broken. Maybe he just said it casually. Li Jian could only think of it this way. After all, even he, Peng's second senior, did not know what the immortal inheritance of Misty School was, so how could Zhang Xiaohu, a disciple who joined Misty School halfway, know? But suddenly, Li Jian shuddered as he thought of the senior who Zhang Xiaohu, Du Feng, and Ding Chao had mentioned that had a deep relationship with Misty School. Could it be? But just as this thought arose, he extinguished it. Sigh, am I getting old and muddle-headed? Am I thinking too much in my hopes of Misty School's rise? Misty School's immortal path has not been passed down for who knows how many years. Even Peng did not get it, so how could an outsider know? Also, Zhang Xiaohu did not even see his face. Sigh. Li Jian sighed for no reason. Who knew what he was sighing about? Then, Zhang Xiaohu's gaze turned to Wen Wenhai. This was his master who had taught him martial arts. Why did his martial uncles all have positions while his master had no position? Wen Wenhai also secretly took a deep breath. As expected, Zhang Xiaohu said in a deep voice, Master, the Divine Mechanics Hall is the most important hall of our Misty School. I don't feel comfortable leaving it to others. Master, you're a person of virtue and prestige. How about I leave the Divine Mechanics Hall to you? Wen Wenhai was a little disappointed. He wanted to nod, but Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Of course, the position of Hall Master of the Divine Arms Hall is also yours, Master. You shouldn't shirk the responsibility of being the vice-sect leader of the Misty School. Wen Wenhai was overjoyed, but he said, You little brat. Although Master is old, I'm not much older than you. How can I casually call you senior? Hee, Master, don't blame me. Zhang Xiaohu said, This is an honorific. Forget it, I won't bicker with you. Now that you're the great sect leader of the Misty School, how can I not listen to your orders? Thank you, Master. Zhang Xiaohu said seriously, Then I'll have to trouble Master to worry about me from now on. I'll obey great sect leader's orders. Wen Wenhai also said seriously. Please take a seat, Vice Sect Leader Wen. Zhang Xiaohu looked around and said, Is Hall Master Bai Dong of the Pharmacy Hall present? An old man with white hair and a white beard, but an extremely hale and hearty expression, stood up from his seat and bowed. Your subordinate is here. Hall Master Bai, the Pharmacy Hall needs to be rebuilt. Naturally, the position of Hall Master is yours, so I won't assign anyone else. I just want to recommend He Tian Shu of the Pharmacy Hall to be the Vice Hall Master. Is that possible? Bai Dong was the Hall Master of the Pharmacy Hall. His martial arts weren't particularly high, so he wasn't killed by the Righteous Alliance during the battle at the Misty Peak. His dantian was only destroyed and he was spared. Now that his martial arts had recovered and the Pharmacy Hall was rebuilt, Bai Dong naturally needed to be the Hall Master. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohu was only recommending a Vice Hall Master and a disciple of the Pharmacy Hall, how could he refuse? He cupped his hands and said, "This subordinate is old and weak, but the pharmacy hall is my heart and blood, so I can't bear to give it up. He Tianshu recommended by great sect leader is in his prime and full of energy. He can learn from me and make up for my shortcomings. This subordinate will do my best to rebuild the pharmacy hall and cultivate vice hall master he well. I won't let great sect leader down." "Very good." Zhang Xiaohu invited hall master Bai to sit down and said to Li Jian, "Martial ancestrally, I also want to build another elder's courtyard. I invite martial ancestrally, martial ancestrally, martial ancestrally, martial ancestrally, and other highly respected elders to contribute to the elders' courtyard." Li Jian stood up and said with a smile, "That's good. Old steeds still have ambitions. To be able to enter the elders' courtyard is my wish and also my honor. How dare I refuse? I'm in, I'm in." Lu Qingyang also stood up and shouted. "Ha ha ha!" Zhang Xiaohu looked up to the sky and laughed. "Everyone, the 11 halls of the Misty Peak have been decided. I'm sure everyone has found their positions. I hope that everyone can work together and build the Misty School's supreme glory. Mighty." It seemed that from that day onwards, the disciples of the Misty School liked to shout like this. Today, it happened again. The disciples outside the conference hall didn't understand. But when they heard the shouts in the conference hall, they knew that there was a new happy occasion. They stood outside and shouted as well. When the messenger disciple passed the news out of the conference hall, the disciples of the Misty School were even more delighted. After a mighty, they naturally added, "Great sect leader Zhang." For a moment, "Great sect leader Zhang is mighty," resounded throughout the Misty Peak. Even Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei in the Huanxi villa heard it and couldn't close their mouths for a moment. Only Zhang Xiaolong heard it and shrugged his shoulders. His face was filled with loneliness. Lu Qian saw this and knew what her Lang Jun was thinking. She came over with Byron and said with a smile, "Didn't Xiaohua say it before? Everyone has their own path. Everyone has their own mission in life. Xiaohu's mission is to revitalize the Misty School. Xiaohua's mission is to establish the Beidou School. Then, what's Xiaolong's mission? It's to live a good life with Lu Qian and raise the famous Zhang Byron." Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile. "Yes, mother's and father's mission is to raise you 3 brothers. However, I feel that being able to meet you, take good care of you, and live a happy life with you is my life's mission." Zhang Xiaolong held Lu Qian's hand and said softly. In the pill refining room in the Misty Palace, 7 majestic 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces were melting. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and couldn't hear the cheers of the Misty School disciples outside. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't comprehending the heavenly Tao, nor was he practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra. Instead, he frowned slightly and carefully recalled some of the truths that he saw in the river of karma. Yes, the way of karma was a side of the heavenly Tao. How could Zhang Xiaohua come into contact with karma at the qi refinement stage and even wade into the river of karma? With Zhang Xiaohua's current cultivation, how could he understand the taste of it? All he could think about was what he saw in the river of karma with his naked eye. Of course, the most profound was the scene in the water bubble related to his dream's mother, Lady Aya. Although the scene in the water bubble was very short, it was enough to leave a deep impression on Zhang Xiaohua. This was because on Zhang Xiaohua's journey to find out about his dream's background, Lady Aya was described as kind and capable. This also caused Zhang Xiaohua's impression of Lady Aya to be a mixture of a mother and a sister-in-law. In short, she was kind with a hint of shrewdness. But, in the water bubble, Lady Aya was holding a dagger and killing an old monk. The dagger was stabbed into the old monk's abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere and sprayed on Lady Aya's body and Lady Aya's face. This scene was frozen. Lady Aya's face was also ferocious. Zhang Xiaohua could even see the bloodthirsty expression in Lady Aya's eyes, that cruel red light. Sigh, Lady Aya, what kind of story does she have? Zhang Xiaohua sighed. There is a saying in the Buddhist scriptures, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. No matter what kind of past Lady Aya had, or how violent she was in the past, her last years were peaceful and peaceful. Perhaps she also became a Buddha. But if Meng knew that her mother had such a hurtful past, what would she think in her heart? Meng, are you in a foreign land, okay? Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua missed his dream in the Tenryu sect again. But he forgot that the Tenryu sect was Meng's home, and not the foreign land that Zhang Xiaohua thought. Thinking about how he and Meng were separated more often, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel sad. He had just found Meng at Lingxiang Peak when he was sent to Huansu. After returning from Huansu, he finally got the chance to go out with Meng. But in just a few months, they were separated again. But it seemed that only by separation could he appreciate the sweetness of reunion. It seemed that only by continuous separation could he deeply appreciate the unforgettable yearning and love of each other. After thinking about it for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with bitterness. He shook his head slightly. At his age, he could only understand this bitterness. How could he understand the meaning behind it? Life was full of joys and sorrows. If he did not taste them one by one, how could his life be complete? Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and carefully looked at the elixir in the cauldron. Then, he took out Venerable Fiery Dragon's jade bamboo slips from his money bag and looked through them carefully. Venerable Fiery Dragon's orthodoxy was very complicated. There were all kinds of strange techniques, formations, and even elixir recipes. But none of them were particularly profound. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua had already discovered that Venerable Fiery Dragon's techniques were all about cultivating the lower dantian. None of the techniques involved the middle dantian. Thinking about the techniques that he had seen in the Misty School's Hall of Legacy, it seemed that they were all about cultivating the lower dantian. Could it be that, cultivating the lower dantian is not unique to martial arts? Could it be that the Immortal Tao seniors changed it based on the techniques of the Immortal Tao? But, why does the Carefree Heart Sutra cultivate the middle dantian? Could it be that, the Carefree Heart Sutra was not passed down by Wan Wuxin and the other Immortal Tao seniors? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself and rolled his eyes. Senior Huan said that the mystic realm existed before they came. The Carefree Heart Sutra of the Misty School came from the mystic realm. It might really be a technique from before the Immortal Tao. But then again, although there are different techniques, they all seem to cultivate the meridians. And there are only so many meridians in a person's body. At the end of cultivation, wouldn't it be a different method to achieve the same result? Chapter 11-14. Another 10 days passed. Zhang Xiaohu was sitting in the meeting hall with a teacup in his hand, gently blowing the steam off the teacup. His eyes were squinted as he stared at the ground, unconsciously sending the tea into his mouth. In the meeting hall, Zhang Xiaohu expanded the Misty School into 11 halls. When the Misty School's disciples saw that the Misty School's strength had increased greatly, their hearts were filled with hope. While working hard on their cultivation, they also increased their vigilance, preparing to welcome the Righteous Alliance's attack. However, according to the Divine Machine Hall's report, the Righteous Alliance's Righteous Peak was as calm as usual, as if the Misty School's counterattack had never happened. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohu was bewildered. Could it be that they're afraid of the incense cult? But I heard that the Righteous Alliance had also spoken harshly at the incense cult's martial arts assembly. The incense cult's Nun Jing Yi had also cleanly distanced herself from the karma. The Misty School is the Misty School, it has nothing to do with the incense cult. The Righteous Alliance. wouldn't be so afraid of Nun Jingyi's face? Could it be that they're afraid of the immortal expert that Xiaohua is impersonating? Zhang Xiaohu's guesses grew. But even our Misty School's ordinary disciples know that the immortal expert did not act because of the enmity between the Righteous Alliance and the Misty School. She killed Ban Fugue in anger because of some azure flame token. This news must have already spread to the Righteous Alliance. Moreover, the immortal expert would not participate in the battle of martial arts. The Righteous Alliance also did not know that the immortal expert was Xiaohua. Why would they? Bide their time. Hurt, it's so troublesome. Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his head. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Zhang Xiaohu. What are you thinking about? Zhang Xiaohu shuddered, and the teacup in his hand almost fell to the ground. Before he even turned around, he scolded, "You have no respect for your elders. Xiaohua, don't you know that you can scare someone to death? Why do you always appear behind me like a ghost?" Zhang Xiaohua walked over from behind with an aggrieved look on his face. He sat on a chair and supported his head with his fist. He stared blankly at the ceiling and murmured, "Sigh, what a bitter life. It wasn't easy to refine the soul-intimidating pill. I wanted to give someone a surprise, but I didn't expect my face to stick to someone's butt. Sigh, forget it. If I had known earlier, I would have gone back and teased Byron." What? When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he threw down his teacup and jumped over. Before he could get close, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and grabbed his wrist. She scolded, "Don't you know that you can scare people to death? Don't be so inconsiderate and sit there obediently." Then Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows again, as if he had discovered something. However, after being surprised, he didn't say anything. Xiaohua, you're my biological brother. You've been peeing on my head since you were young. Let me tell you, why are you like this? When we were young, I also spanked your butt a lot, right? There's no reason, why are you angry? Zhang Xiaohu comforted, "Second brother is not joking with you, right? You also know that it's really boring for second brother to sit in this position. I have to keep a straight face every day to maintain the dignity of the big faction leader. Once I relax a little, people might gossip about me. Sigh, they always compare me with big faction leader O. How deep do you think big faction leader O's foundation is? How can I dare to compare myself with him?" Zhang Xiaohua was just teasing Zhang Xiaohu. When she heard Zhang Xiaohu's complaints, she abandoned her posture and laughed. "Second brother is also an almighty person. Just now I saw that this Misty School was actually divided into 11 halls by you. You're much stronger than me. As the ancient said, nobility, generals, ministers, nobles, generals, and ministers are all equal. With little brother supporting you, are you afraid that the whole Jianghu won't be able to hold your hand? The whole Jianghu. Hold my hand." Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Even the disciples of Xiong'ism and the Righteous Alliance can't handle it. How can you talk about the whole Jianghu? Fine, I knew it. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a good mood. She pointed to the secret room and said, "There's a box in the secret room. Inside are 21 jade bottles. Each bottle contains 81 soul-scaring pills. There's a total of 1,701 pills. It should be enough for a while. So many. So fast." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and blurted out, "Haha, of course. I didn't expect it either. However, this soul-scaring pill can't be compared to the meridian-soothing pill. It doesn't test the level of alchemy. It only cares about the rarity of the herbs. Also, I got a few of your Misty School's pill furnaces. My pill furnace is even better. I can refine a furnace in a few days. It's an unexpected surprise. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, Xiongnism has more than 2,000 disciples and the Righteous Alliance has nearly 5,000 disciples. I estimate that you'll be able to refine it 4 more times. Oh my, second brother. So many people. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. How many herbs would I have to waste? No wonder people from the path of immortality don't refine these messy things. It's really meaningless. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Xiaohua, you're not in the situation. You don't know how difficult it is. If these nearly 8,000 people all listen to me, don't you think it'll be very easy for me to be the sect leader? Yes. Others may not listen, but I'll listen. However, second brother, you have to confirm the specific number of people. I can't give you even one more pill. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. Yes. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded. How about this? Other than the soul-scaring pills that these people are using, how about you give me 10 more? Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, no problem. However, you'll have to take the soul-scaring pill this time. I don't have the patience for nearly 2,000 people. I might as well go and refine some more. Zhang Xiaohu said decisively, okay. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng are already very obedient. I'll take care of these things for them. Then, he smiled and said, the path of immortality is really magical. These 2 people don't look like they've taken the soul-scaring pill at all. Other than obeying my words and treating me as the sect leader, everything else is exactly the same as before. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew better than Zhang Xiaohu what the soul-scaring pill was. He didn't want Zhang Xiaohu to do anything outrageous with it. So, before refining it, he comprehended the things in the jade slip and the poison scripture for a long time. He even put in a lot of thought when refining it. This soul-scaring pill, other than making the person who took it recognize Zhang Xiaohu as the sect leader, had nothing to do with life and death. Even if Zhang Xiaohu ordered Ming Qing to die, Ming Qing might not listen. Of course, even if Zhang Xiaohu let the number 1 beauty in the pugilistic world take the soul-scaring pill, that beauty would only recognize Zhang Xiaohu as the sect leader. She wouldn't have any thoughts of giving herself to him. Yes, didn't I say before that Zhang Xiaohua's products are all the best? Do I need you to praise me? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, second brother, come closer. I'll tell you how to use the soul-scaring pill. Okay. Zhang Xiaohu said and moved his ear closer. But after he finished listening, a strange expression appeared on his face. He said in a flustered and exasperated manner, Xiaohua, you can't play me like this. Can you change it to something else? Zhang Xiaohua spread out his hands and shrugged. He said helplessly, there's no other way, second brother. Since it's already like this, I'll think of another way next time. But isn't this a little too mushy? Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's nothing. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and made a hand gesture. He disappeared into the ground and left his voice behind. Go on with your work. I won't disturb you. I'm going to see father and mother. Don't go. Zhang Xiaohu stretched out his hand, but how could he stop her? Sigh, this person. Zhang Xiaohu said and shouted, disciples outside, summon Deputy Faction Leader Ming and Deputy Faction Leader Gao to my meeting hall. He got up and went to the secret room. Indeed, there was a big box in the corridor. He didn't know where Zhang Xiaohua got it from, but when he opened it, there were 21 jade bottles neatly arranged inside. Zhang Xiaohu reached out and took a few bottles. The rest were placed in the box and hidden in a hidden place. Not long after, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng arrived. Zhang Xiaohu didn't explain and brought them to the martial arts lecture hall. At this time, the martial arts lecture hall was gradually taking shape. It had a bright courtyard, elegant rooms, and diligent disciples. It was in full swing. Zhang Xiaohu whispered a few words in their ears. Although they were extremely surprised, they still nodded and left. Then, the disciples of the martial arts lecture hall divided into several groups and entered Zhang Xiaohu's room one by one. They called it heart to heart. When the first disciple entered the room, his acupoints were immediately sealed by Zhang Xiaohu. He poured out a soul-frightening pill from the jade bottle and stuffed it into the disciple's mouth. After a while, when the pill was about to take effect, Zhang Xiaohu unsealed the disciple's acupoints. The disciple did the same as Zhang Xiaohua, closing his eyes. But Zhang Xiaohu put his mouth near the disciple's ear. He hesitated and sighed, whispering, "I love Chen Chen." Hearing this, the disciple immediately opened his eyes. Then his eyeballs turned nimbly and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, faction leader Zhang." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and waved his hand. He said, "You can leave. Let the next disciple in." "Yes." The disciple was very obedient and went out at once. Then it was the next disciple. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu had glimpsed the way of immortality. With the support of Zhang Xiaohua's primordial stone, there was genuine qi in his meridians. The disciples of the incense school were caught off guard and were all tricked by Zhang Xiaohu. However, no one heard Zhang Xiaohu say, "I love Chen Chen." Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, there were more than 1,000 elixirs. How could they take them one by one in a short time? After seeing Zhang Xiaohu's heart-to-heart talk, the disciples who came out were all in high spirits as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The other disciples who didn't have a heart-to-heart talk all shouted that they also wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk today. Zhang Xiaohu said helplessly, "Disciples, you are all disciples of the Mishti school. I won't favor one and discriminate against the other. Just wait. I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with you tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." But he snickered in his heart. "I can't do it today. I really have to tell Chen Chen this. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please collect me." Chapter 11:15. Another 10 days passed, and Zhang Xiaohu was still in the meeting hall. He was sitting on a chair listlessly. Normally, the soul scare pill refined by Zhang Xiaohua was extremely useful. Zhang Xiaohu had already controlled more than 2,000 people of the fragrance cult, and thousands of important disciples of the Decent Alliance called Zhang Xiaohu Grand Faction Leader. Zhang Xiaohu should be very happy and excited. But it was Zhang Xiaohua's strange password that tortured Zhang Xiaohu like this. Yes, the password of the earliest batch was, "I love Chen Chen." Zhang Xiaohu said it 1701 times in the years of strangers. The password of the second batch was changed to, "I love Chang'e," and Zhang Xiaohu said it 1701 times in the years of another batch of strangers. Alas, I don't know, what will he change it to in the next batch? Zhang Xiaohu was secretly distressed. However, he had to shout it. If he didn't shout it, when the disciples' acupoints were unsealed, he would definitely be exposed. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu saw it with his own eyes. When testing the soul scare pill, Zhang Xiaohua did murmur something in Wang Luan's ears. What a bitter life. Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead. He really didn't know what to do with his younger brother. At this time, a disciple suddenly came forward to report, "Grand Faction Leader Zhang, there are 2 women outside the villa." 2 women. Zhang Xiaohu heard it and felt a headache. His mind was full of, "I love Chen Chen," and "I love Chang'e." He couldn't help but feel angry. He waved his hand and said, "I don't want to see them. Yes, Grand Faction Leader's order. The disciple heard it and immediately turned around. Wait, they. Which sect are they from? Why do they want to see me? Zhang Xiaohu asked casually. The two women were travel-worn and didn't say their names. They only said they were from Rejuvenation Valley. Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly for a moment before he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the heavenly axiom is fair. It's not that I don't want revenge, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Once the time has come, those who have worries and those who have grievances will take revenge. Ah. Gang leader Zhang. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu like this, the disciple was shocked and exclaimed, could it be that sect leader Zhang is sick? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He snorted coldly and said, you didn't see anything just now, do you know that? The disciple immediately nodded. Yes, I just reported that someone outside the villa wants to see you. That's good. Go, let those two girls in. Yes, disciple understands. The disciple left and muttered in his heart, good boy, this thing must be done well. I can't let Chang'e and Chin Chin know about it. If they know that it was me who sent the news in, they will suffer a lot. Because this matter involved Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu didn't let anyone into the meeting hall. However, this confirmed the disciple's thoughts. Looking at the two girls, one was young. Although she wasn't very beautiful, her eyes were bright and her temperament was elegant. Although the other was cold and ignored people, she had a beautiful face and snow-white skin, which made people feel pity for her. Compared to Chang'e and Chin Chin, she was much better. Sect leader Zhang. Really? The disciple praised in his heart and quietly left, not forgetting to close the door of the meeting hall. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know what the disciple was thinking. After the disciple left, he asked with a smile, are you both from Rejuvenation Valley? The beautiful girl with snow-white skin stepped forward and saluted with her hands folded. Sect leader Zhang, you don't remember me. This girl. I don't seem to have seen the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley. I wonder if this lady is little fish Nye. Oh, no, Nye Chinyu. Ah. The short girl next to her, who didn't seem to have developed well, exclaimed with a surprised smile on her face. Then she blushed and felt embarrassed. I see. This girl must be Nye Chinyu. Xiaohua often mentioned you in front of me. Zhang Xiaohu struck while the iron was hot. What did he say? Nye Chinyu asked in a low voice, her face blushing. This. Zhang Xiaohu pinched his chin and said, what did he say? I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud. Anyway, he missed the happy times when you were together. Zhang Xiaohua was indeed the sect leader of the Misty School. During this period of time, she was like a fish in water. It was not without reason. Nye Chinyu was so clever. If he said too much, she would definitely find out. However, the sentence, he missed the happy times when you were together, was exactly what Nye Chinyu thought, so she took it seriously. However, the girl next to her looked as cold as ice again. Ahem, this girl. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He had heard Zhang Xiaohua mention Nye Chinyu from Rejuvenation Valley. How come, there was another one? Humph. The woman snorted and said, Grand Gang Leader Zhang, you're really forgetful. When I was on Shixin Peak, I told senior sister Chin Chin about His Excellency's decree. Ah. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. After a long while, he stammered as if he had seen a ghost, You are Zhang Pinger. Zhang Pinger nodded slightly and said, yes. I am. But, you are not in Lihua Hall on Lingxiang Peak. Why did you go to Rejuvenation Valley? Zhang Xiaohu gradually steadied his mind. He rolled his eyes and said, "You're alone. If Little Flower." "Oh, no." "Xiao Yao." "Oh, no, Little Flower knows. Wouldn't she be worried about you?" "Ren Xiaoyao will be worried about me." Zhang Pinger sneered. "Of course." Zhang Xiaohu looked at Nie Qianyu and said, "Xiaohua often talks about you." Zhang Pinger was not as gullible as Nie Qianyu. She asked curiously, "What did Ren Xiaoyao say about me to sect leader Zhang?" "Well, he said you, cough, very good." Zhang Xiaohu coughed twice and changed the topic. He asked, "Oh right, Junior. Sister Zhang, why did you go to Rejuvenation Valley? Was it Nanjingyi's arrangement? Or was it Li Huahol's arrangement?" "Nanjingyi." Zhang Pinger frowned and then smiled. "No, I am just a small Li Huahol disciple. How could I enter Nanjingyi's eyes? It was your brother. I don't know if I should call him Zhang Xiaohua or Ren Xiaoyao." "Ah. Xiaohua can arrange for an inner disciple of Li Huahol to go to Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Sect leader Zhang is wrong. I was no longer a disciple of Li Huahol at the Martial Circle Convention on Huayu Peak. Ah. Zhang Xiaohu was even more shocked. He asked curiously, what is going on?" "That's strange. Sect leader Zhang, doesn't senior brother often talk about me in front of you?" "Why? Didn't he tell you that I left Li Huahol?" Zhang Xiaohu was embarrassed. He touched his nose and said, "He rarely tells me such a secret. Alas, this is very strange. It also affects Li Huahol's reputation. Although I left Li Huahol, I can't tarnish Li Huahol's reputation. Sect leader Zhang, please pretend you don't know about this." Zhang Pinger was very miserable. "Yes, I know." Zhang Xiaohu nodded. "Sect leader Zhang, I wonder, is Xiaohua in Misty School?" Nie Qianyu finally asked. Her voice was very low, but it was full of anxiety. "Oh, this." Zhang Xiaohu hesitated. "What?" "He is not here." Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger asked at the same time. They looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed. Then, they looked at Zhang Xiaohu together. "Yes, Zhang Xiaohua is not in Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu said firmly. "I see." Both of them were disappointed. They asked again, then where did he go? Can sect leader Zhang tell us the truth?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohu touched his nose and laughed in his heart. Xiaohua, I have taken my revenge today. Don't blame me." "Then where did he go?" Both of them asked anxiously. "Oh, he went to Huanxi Villa." Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. "Huanxi Villa." Both of them looked at each other, puzzled. Nie Qianyu asked tentatively, "Sect leader Zhang, where is Huanxi Villa? How far is it?" "Well." Zhang Xiaohu pretended to be hesitant again. "Sect leader Zhang, please don't worry. We just want to ask him something." Zhang Pinger understood Zhang Xiaohu's difficulties and said sincerely. "Of course, I know your relationship with Xiaohua. There is nothing to hide." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Huanxi Villa is next to Ethereal Villa. It is about 4,000 feet away." "But, where is Ethereal Villa?" 400 miles, which direction?" Zhang Pinger frowned and thought. Nie Qianyu was stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu's teasing expression and smiled bitterly. "Sect leader Zhang, you don't have to joke with us. When we came in just now, it seemed that there was a plaque of Ethereal Villa hanging at the door of Misty School. 4,000 feet. Isn't it just next to it? Zhang Ping'er realized and blushed. She was a little angry. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and stood up. Let's go. You too, sisters-in-law, Xiaohua is right next to us. You can see him in a few minutes. Ah. Zhang Ping'er and Nie Qinyu both blushed, but then they were overwhelmed by surprise. Is he really next to us? They were still worried. Yes, he is next to us. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. But faction leader Zhang. Zhang Ping'er's face was burning, but her eyes were calm. She said, Faction leader Zhang, please take back the word sister-in-law. If Si Xia heard it, we would be ashamed. Si Xia. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead. He had Chang'e and Qin Qin, but Zhang Xiaohua had Meng, Nie Qinyu and Zhang Ping'er. How could he bear it? Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 11-16. Zhang Xiaohua, are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaohua scolded, it's all your fault. Why are you dragging me into this? I've already told Owner O that the Huanxi Manor is still hers. She can stay here for as long as she wants. Elder Yu walked to them and bowed, I'm sorry for not being able to see your true face. I'm sorry for treating you so poorly. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Elder Yu, you are also here to join in the fun. I'm not here to join in the fun. I just want to say that the Huanxi Manor will belong to faction leader Zhang sooner or later. Miss O has no right to stay here, and it's not good for faction leader Zhang. But Miss O has a high status. Where can she go in the Jianghu? It's better for her to become your disciple so that she can be protected. Please forgive me. Well. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She looked at the kneeling Nie Qinyu, Zhang Ping'er and O Yan and sighed, you can all get up. Seeing that the three of them were not moved by her words, she had to say, I can take you in, but you're different from Xiaohua Ji and Zhang Byron. You're my peers. How can you call me master and disciple? Nie Qinyu smiled. Master. Didn't you say that you're a disciple of Beatty School and that you're here to teach us? Can we call you senior martial brother? But Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Beatty School hasn't been established yet. I was the only one there before. Now there are two kids, Xiaohua Ji and Zhang Byron. How can I have a master? Ah. Nie Qinyu was also stunned. Then she smiled and said, I don't care. I've already practiced the mental cultivation method of Beatty School. Anyway, I'm going to be a disciple of Beatty School. I don't care if I call you senior brother or master. Zhang Ping'er's pale face regained some color. She said in a low voice, if it's senior martial brother, that would be the best. If it's not, then master. Anyway, you promised to take me in. O Yan was still very experienced. She raised her head and said, it's normal for people in the Wulian world to pass on their master's skills. It's even more normal for a senior martial brother to be the head of the sect. I've never heard of a senior martial brother who just started a sect. However, since Master wants to start a new sect of the Immortal Tao, he naturally has a new atmosphere. If he wants to abandon the old and take on the new, it's not impossible for him to be the senior martial brother who starts a sect. However, Elder Yuk shook his head. There's an old rumor in the martial arts world. In the past, a few good friends practiced martial arts together. One of them attained the Tao and started a new sect. The other friends wanted to learn this Tao and all of them became his disciples. They called him master and no longer followed the previous order. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have come up with a plan. She shook her head and said, "There's a hierarchy in learning the Tao. I have the Tao in my heart, so I can be your teacher. But Shifu and Shixiang are just titles. Isn't it all the same? As long as you respect me as your teacher in your heart, why can't you pass on the orthodoxy of Beide school to me?" Oh Yan, Nie Qianyu, and Zhang Pinger were overjoyed when they heard this. They said in their beautiful voices, "Greetings, Senior Martial Brother sect leader." But Senior Martial Brother likes to call himself master. Don't mind him. Zhang Xiaohua waved her big sleeves and said, "You all can wait. There are still some things that need to be said." "Yes, Senior Martial Brother sect leader." The three of them stood up and said with smiles. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Nie Qianyu and said, "Little fish Nie has already learned the mental cultivation method of our Beide school. She should be the eldest senior martial sister." Greetings, eldest senior martial sister. Zhang Pinger and O Yen smiled and saluted. Nie Qianyu's face flushed red, and she obediently returned the salute. "When I left the Xiangxiang cult and saved Zhang Pinger from Garuda, I already promised to take her as my second senior martial sister." Greetings, second senior martial sister, O Yen said with a smile. "Greetings, second junior martial sister," Nie Qianyu said. The three of them saluted each other. "O Yen, although you're the oldest, you're ranked last. Are you willing?" Zhang Xiaohua said. O Yen replied without hesitation, "No, I won't." Greetings, junior martial sister. Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger were overjoyed. The three of them saluted each other for the third time. "Well, although you're my junior martial sisters, the first disciple of our Beide school is Zhang Bairen. You must respect him." Seeing that Zhang Bairen was still a child, the three of them couldn't help but feel a little funny. However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua's serious face, the three of them subconsciously stopped laughing and bowed. "Greetings, martial nephew Bairen." Zhang Bairen was playing on the David's deer. When he heard the three of them saluting him, he turned his head and laughed. He lifted his leg and peed on the David's deer's back. The three of them covered their mouths and were about to laugh when Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Don't underestimate Bairen. The prosperity of our Beide school will definitely depend on Zhang Bairen in the future. You will also follow Zhang Bairen in the future, and bask in his glory." "Yes, senior martial brother. We understand." The three of them nodded. "Well, Ji Xiaohua greets the three junior martial uncles." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and called Xiaohua over. Ji Xiaohua stepped forward and saluted the three of them seriously. The three of them also saluted back politely. It was as if they were a normal Jianghu sect now. After everyone finished saluting, Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Leader Zhang, for accepting 3 disciples." Zhang Xiaohua glared at him and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. I'm far worse than your more than 7,000 loyal subordinates." No, it's quality not quantity that matters." Zhang Xiaohu replied, "I remember that Dragon Mountain also has a disciple of Leader Zhang. Including him, Leader Zhang's Beide school already has 6 disciples." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. An old friend said that there are 7 stars in the Big Dipper. The first is Tian Shu, which is the Si Ming star, the second is Tian Xian, which is the Si Lu star, the third is Tian Ji, which is the Luzuan star, the fourth is Tian Quan, which is the longevity star, the fifth is Yuheng, which is the fortune star, the sixth is Kai Yang, which is the calamity star, the seventh is Yao Guang, which is the compassionate star. Collectively, they are known as the 7 stars. I have only accepted 6 disciples, and I'm still short of 1. When my Beide school finds a paradise and opens a sect, I will build the 7 palaces of the Big Dipper, named Tian Shu Palace, Tian Xian Palace, Tian Quan Palace, Yuheng Palace, Kaiyang Palace, and Yaoguang Palace. I hereby appoint you as the Ximing Star Lord, Si Lu Star Lord, Lu Cun Star Lord, Longevity Star Lord, Fortune Star Lord, Calamity Star Lord, and Compassionate Star Lord. Only then will you show the atmosphere of my Beidou school. Everyone was overjoyed. How could a Jianghu sect say such words? Wasn't it the atmosphere of an immortal? They all bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Sect Leader, for bestowing names upon us." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. After a moment of heroism, he said to O Yen, "You are the youngest junior sister and have read the most books. As for the specific distribution, I will leave it to you." Everyone laughed. Only O Yen pursed her lips and smiled. She bowed and said, "Please rest assured, Senior Brother Sect Leader. This disciple will not disappoint Senior Brother." Then she probed, "I just don't know, where will our Beidou school be established? This disciple can make plans early, such as buying land, buying mountains, and so on. This matter is also extremely complicated." Now, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be stunned. He opened his mouth for a long time, but not a word came out. Yes, he wanted to establish a sect, but he just touched his lips and said it out loud. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua also had some cultivation methods and artifacts in his money pouch, so establishing a sect was not bad. However, he did not expect that establishing a sect would not be as simple as playing house. Looking at the order of their identities, the 3 of them greeted each other happily 3 times. Of course, it was because they were happy, but more importantly, it was because they were curious. If it was a real sect, how could it be so complicated? With just 1 sentence, the 3 of them had established their identities. They just had to greet each other. Therefore, after listening to O Yan's suggestion, not only did Zhang Xiaohua stop talking, but Nie Qianyu and Zhang Ping'er also stopped talking. Yes, Ji Xiaohua stared blankly. Even if Zhang Bairen wanted to say something, he could not say it all. Master's thinking is too simple. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and looked at O Yan, saying, "If I didn't accept you, my Beidou school probably wouldn't even buy rice from the pot." O Yan laughed out loud and said, "Senior Brother Sect Leader, you're exaggerating. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Only by taking advantage of each other's strengths can we complement each other. Senior sisters, you too are proficient in cultivation and can practice our sect's martial arts well. As for this disciple, I'm good at management, so I'll take care of the sect's chores." Nie Qianyu and Zhang Ping'er looked ashamed. Needless to say, Zhang Ping'er was not familiar with these things. Nie Qianyu had also managed Rejuvenation Valley, but she had always been giving orders. Theory was more than practice. Otherwise, she would not have run out to manage things for Nie Qianyu to increase her experience. Therefore, the 2 of them bowed and said, "Thank you, junior sister." Well said, well said. O Yen beamed with joy. She was not proficient in martial arts and felt somewhat guilty. How could she not be happy when she saw that she could work for Beidou school? But then she frowned and said, "Senior Brother Sect Leader. How big is our Beidou school?" "Just based on the Big Dipper Palace, then it's not much worse than Misty School. As for the wealth, although this disciple has some, but..." Then she turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was now the leader of Misty School and also knew the importance of logistics. When he saw O Yen look at him, he immediately understood. However, before he could speak, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Of course." Master forgot that since ancient times, emperors did not lack hungry soldiers. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and dozens of large chests and countless gold, silver, and jewelry were thrown on the ground. She pointed at them and said, "Oh Yen, I'll leave these things to you. It's really tiring for Master to carry them. They can't be used, right? They also take up space. Do as you see fit." Ah! Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. He took a few steps forward and opened a chest. It was filled with gold. He said in shock, "Xiaohua, where did you get all of this?" "Hehe, you'll feel better after hearing this. These are all gifts from the Righteous Alliance to I," Zhang Xiaohua said with a grin. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she instructed Oh Yan, "There's food for my Zhang family in here. Don't forget." Oh Yan was first dumbfounded. She was shocked at how much wealth Zhang Xiaohua had, but she was even more shocked at the divine powers of the immortal Dao. This was the first time she was seeing an immortal Dao technique. She really did not know how the dozens of chests and the gold, silver, and jewelry scattered on the ground were produced. However, when she heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, she could not help but laugh. Chapter 11:17. Don't worry, senior brother. I know what I'm doing. Oh Yen smiled. All right. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "You've acknowledged the sect and found your senior brother. Let's go about our own business." There were still 7-8 trigrams purple gold furnaces in the ethereal palace refining elixirs. Zhang Xiaohua was just taking a break from his busy schedule and came out to take a look. He still had to help Zhang Xiaohua completely control the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Senior brother. Nie Qianyu could not accept it and asked, "Junior sister and I just arrived. What should we do?" Little fish Nia. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but use his original tone. He patted her head and said, "Since you're already here, are you afraid that you won't be able to see each other? If you're free, slowly teach Oh Yan the mental cultivation method I taught you. She's the same as you and can't practice martial arts. See if she has a chance to see the way of immortality." "Thank you, senior brother." Oh Yan was so happy that she almost jumped up. "Oh yes, little fish Nia, how's little Orange's injury?" "Thank you for your concern. Thanks to your elixir, little Orange's injury is fine. Her broken arm has been reattached." Speaking of little Orange, Nie Qianyu was a little worried. She said, "She heard that I was coming to Pingyang City and wanted to follow me. But, you know her situation. I'm afraid she can only leave Rejuvenation Valley next year." "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua was a little guilty. "Of course, if I went earlier, oh yes, senior brother, I have something to ask. The first time I met you, the flying sword, do you still need to ask?" Zhang Xiaohua said impatiently, "I can't hide it from you even if I want to. Why do you have to ask?" I knew it." Nie Qianyu beamed with joy. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Pinger, whose face was still cold but her eyes were still flickering. He said, "Pinger, you've already practiced the Fragrant Cult's inner strength mental cultivation method. You should walk the path of immortality through martial arts. I obtained like water from the Fragrant Cult's martial arts convention. When you've mastered martial arts, you can set foot on the way of immortality." "Thank you, senior brother." When Zhang Pinger heard Zhang Xiaohua call her Pinger, she was very happy, but her mouth still said, "Disciple has left Chuan Xiang Jiao and will no longer practice Chuan Xiang Jiao's martial arts. Your disciple is incompetent. I can't abandon the previous martial arts, but I definitely don't need to impart the incense cult's martial arts to the future martial arts." "All right." Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, "Let's do as junior sister says. My baby school. I'll look around again and see if there are any books on martial arts entering Dao." Thank you, senior brother sect leader. However, my martial arts skills are still shallow and I won't be able to use it now. That's right. If junior sister hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out a jade bottle from her bosom. She poured out a pill and handed it over, saying, "This is a meridian nourishing pill. It can increase your strength by 10 years. Take it and find a time to take it." Ah! Joy appeared in Zhang Pinger's eyes. She reached out to receive it and said in a low voice, "Thank you, senior martial brother." At this moment, she could no longer maintain the cold expression on her face. I want it, I want it. Zhang Byron, who was riding on the back of the David's deer, had a sharp nose and wanted to grab it. How could Zhang Xiaohua not give it to him? She poured out another pill. Zhang Byron didn't hesitate and threw it into his mouth. He stretched out his hand and wanted it. Zhang Xiaohua hit his chubby little hand and said with a smile, "You don't know what you're eating. Such a precious pill, one is enough." Zhang Byron seemed to understand. His attention was diverted again. He grabbed Huan's bald horn and played with it with a smile. However, when Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and was about to put away the jade bottle, she noticed that everyone was looking at her strangely. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhang Xiaohua looked at them strangely. That. Senior martial brother sect leader, can you give me one pill? Nie Qianyu asked hesitantly. You don't need it now. Zhang Xiaohua replied without thinking, your mental cultivation method hasn't been initiated and there's no true qi in your meridians. This pill, you can't refine it. But, my father, can he use it? Nie Qianyu's voice became even softer. Valley Master Nie had obtained the support of Zhang Xiaohua pretending to be an immortal expert. He had already underestimated Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua had visited Rejuvenation Valley last time, she had been slightly rude. Nie Qianyu was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua had other ideas in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded. He took out 2 pills from the jade bottle and handed them over. He said, one for Valley Master Nie and one for Elder Zhang. Your fate with the immortals is over, so don't ask for more. I understand. Thank you, senior martial brother sect leader. Nie Qianyu took it and quickly took out the jade bottle from her bosom and put it away. Then, senior martial brother sect leader, I would also like to ask for one. Oh Yen said when she saw the situation. You? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. When she saw the envy in Elder Yu's eyes, she already knew. She smiled brightly and said, fine, fine. Every disciple in my sect, regardless of age, will be given 1 pill. She then handed the jade bottle to O Yen and said, there's still 1 pill left. Thank you, senior martial brother sect leader. O Yen was overjoyed. Xiaohua, I'll take your pill first. It won't be too late to give it to you when you've mastered your mental cultivation technique. I understand. I'll listen to master's instructions. Xiaohua Ji said respectfully. Oh right, Huan is back. I'll leave it to you in the future. I probably won't need it in the future. Yes, master. Then, she saw Zhang Xiaohu's gaze on her and waved her hand. Second brother, don't look. There's no more meridian soothing pills. I've already given you so many. Are you still greedy? No, no. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, I suddenly thought of a question and wanted to ask you. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger and said, you two should find a place to rest first. This is your junior sister's villa. Let her make the arrangements. O Yen smiled and said, there's no hurry, there's no hurry. We've joined the Big Dipper sect, but we haven't told Uncle and Aunt the good news yet. You two senior sisters have also just arrived, so you should do your best. Zhang Xiaohua didn't think much of it and nodded. Go. Let's get closer. Who knows, we might live together in the future. Senior brother sect leader, we'll go now. The three of them bowed and left with smiles. Qiu Tong, Elder Yu, and Xiaohua Ji also went back. After they left, Zhang Xiaohu pulled Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, I just remembered. Although I have some true qi in my meridians, it's still very little. How do you think I should use it against an enemy? This was indeed a problem. However, in front of Zhang Xiaohua, who had always used the Tao of Immortality as the Tao of martial arts, it really wasn't worth mentioning. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out a small sword. She didn't use her divine sense to drive it, only using the telekinesis technique to control the flying sword. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. Can I use it? Of course. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, when I have time, I'll copy down the telekinesis technique and have Nie Qianyu give it to you. You can practice it according to the method. This can also be considered the telekinesis technique I've seen. Then what about the more complicated ones? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Without any movement, the small sword flew in the air like lightning and instantly split into 8, shuttling back and forth around Zhang Xiaohu. It's so powerful. Looking at the flying sword that barely reacted to him, Zhang Xiaohu's heart itched uncomfortably. Oh, right, second brother, give me the broken water sword. Zhang Xiaohu took out the short sword from his chest. Zhang Xiaohua took it and slightly channeled her true qi into it. Immediately, a 3 feet long sword light appeared, shining on their faces. Second brother, try channeling true qi into the sword like true qi. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned for a moment, then immediately became overjoyed. He slapped his forehead and said, how could I forget this? Sure enough, after taking the broken water sword, Zhang Xiaohu channeled true qi into it, and a 1.5 foot long sword light suddenly appeared. Zhang Xiaohu raised the sword and performed the Misty 7 Swords once, feeling incomparably carefree. When the last move came, Zhang Xiaohu roared and jumped up. After slashing at a large rock beside him, the rock split open like a piece of tofu. Good. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands, second brother's martial arts, who in the entire Jianghu can compare to you? Xiaohua, I'm sorry. Zhang Xiaohu said modestly. Oh, also, do you still remember the soaring dragon cultivation technique? You can use it with true qi, try it. It was still the same rock. Zhang Xiaohu used the soaring dragon cultivation technique, and his true qi triple-fold hit the rock. With a pu sound, the large rock turned into ashes. Powerful Zhang Xiaohu himself cried out. In the past, his inner qi would definitely not have such power. Oh right, Xiaohua, using true qi to imitate inner qi is so powerful, why don't you use it, but use your strength? Zhang Xiaohu thought of something. With inner qi, don't you need an inner qi cultivation technique? I don't have the opportunity to obtain any inner qi cultivation technique, and the time I have to practice it is short, so it is easy to arouse the suspicion of others, so I might as well use my strength to subdue others. Zhang Xiaohua laughed, you have sword arts and palm strength, so what's left is qin gong. You can use true qi to replace inner qi to practice ethereal steps, and you will have unexpected gains. Good. Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his hands and said, can I also fly like you? And, if you practice to the end, of course you can, but it depends on your level of practice. This flying technique was also obtained from your Misty School. Although I don't know if it is an inheritance from the Misty School, if second brother wants to learn it, I will definitely teach it to you. Hee, good. Zhang Xiaohu was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua frowned, looked outside and said, "Second brother, there are disciples from the Misty School coming from afar. They seem to be looking for you. You go busy yourself, I will go to the pill room and refine the soul-frightening pill as soon as possible." "Xiaohua, you have worked hard." Zhang Xiaohu held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, "When you get married, I will definitely give you 3 big gifts." "You." Zhang Xiaohua shook her hand and said, "Don't mention this again, or else I will change into your appearance." Don't mention it." Zhang Xiaohu felt a little guilty. Hee, are you afraid, second brother? You have to be honest. I haven't seen you for more than 10 days, how did you refine so much true qi in your dantian? Moreover, there is a faint trace of primordial yin force. It can't be. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. This, you even know this? What do you mean? Solitary yin doesn't grow, solitary yang doesn't grow. Isn't the black and white qi in your dantian the way to balance yin and yang? Only when yin and yang intersect, the dragon and the tiger help each other, can true qi be endless and grow endlessly. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, but this, you should tell father and mother. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I don't want to talk to you. You are just a kid, and you only took in 2 beauties. Although you didn't take them as your disciples, they look no different from disciples. How can you understand the romance?" Gang leader Zhang. A Misty School disciple's voice came. Zhang Xiaohua twisted her body and went underground. She said, "It's not like I won't grow up. I will understand sooner or later." Chapter 11-18. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua left, the Misty School disciple entered the courtyard. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu alone, he smiled and cupped his hands. Reporting to gang leader, this disciple has good news for gang leader. Zhang Xiaohu was startled. Most of the Misty School's disciples on duty were selected from the Misty School's Divine Machine Hole. They were relatively steady and cautious disciples. He had never seen such a disciple come forward to report before. He couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, the disciple knew that he was overjoyed. His expression changed to one of panic. Just as he was about to explain, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly understood. He clapped his hands together and said excitedly, "Mo! Elder Hu and the others are back." The disciple nodded and replied, "That's right. Elder Hu is currently leading 2,000 Misty School disciples. Elder Li and the others have already gone to welcome them at the entrance of Ethereal Mountain Villa. This disciple saw that our Misty School disciples are finally reunited. I also forgot myself." Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohu laughed. At this moment, so what if I forgot myself? Let's go. Quickly bring me to welcome the Misty School disciples. Yes, gang leader. The disciple ran out with a smile. Outside Ethereal Mountain Villa, Hu Yuni was standing under the archway. He stared at the 2 words, ethereal, for a long time. At this time, Hu Yuni's hair was completely white. The wrinkles on his face were even more prominent. His originally tall and straight waist was now somewhat stooped. Cough cough. A series of hurried coughs came from Hu Yuni's mouth. Then, his waist bent even more. It was a child about 10 years old. He had delicate features and looked quite graceful. He was standing beside Hu Yuni. At this moment, he hurriedly took a few steps forward. He stretched out his small hand and rhythmically patted Hu Yuni's back. His other hand took out a jade bottle, poured out a scarlet pill, and handed it over. Hu Yuni took it and swallowed it without even looking. After a while, Hu Yuni's coughs gradually stopped. Great Grandmaster, are you better? The child asked. Ahem, it's nothing. Tian, it's just an old problem. I'll be fine after taking some medicine. I'm already used to it. But, Grandmaster, you've been taking this medicine for such a long time, and your condition often relapses. Is it, Sai? Grandmaster is already so old. That's all there is to it. What else can it be? Great Master Ancestor, now that we have returned to the ethereal mountain villa, you don't have to worry about it. Take good care of your body. In the future, let my father and the others worry about the matters in the gang. Your father. Hu Yuni turned his head and looked at a man in his 40s standing not far away. He shook his head slightly, but then nodded. All right. Grandmaster will listen to you this time. Daddy is the deputy leader of our Misty School. He is the one who can lead the entire Misty School. Great Grandmaster, don't worry. While they were talking, a few shadows came out of the ethereal heights like gusts of wind. Eldest senior apprentice brother. The figure in front of them called out excitedly. Boss Hu, you're finally back. A short and fat figure also ran out of the ethereal heights. Before he even saw Hu Yuni, he already shouted loudly. Second brother, fifth brother, Hu Yuni called out in surprise and unconsciously quickened his steps. Big brother Li Jian ran to the front with his qinggong and grabbed Hu Yuni's hand. His eyes were red and slightly watery. Big brother. You. Why have you become so old? Li Jian looked at Hu Yuni's snow-white hair and said with heartache, 5 years ago. Your hair was just white. 5 years have already passed. How many 5 years do we have in our lives? Hu Yuni smiled and patted Li Jian's hand. Look at you. Isn't your hair all white? 5 years ago, your hair was pitch black. Boss Hu. Your complexion. Did you not eat breakfast this morning? Lu Qingyang also ran to the front and looked at Hu Yuni's appearance. He found it very strange. Fifth brother Li Jian scolded, how can you talk like that? Fifth brother is right. In order to see you guys, I did not eat breakfast. I'm still waiting to enter the ethereal heights to eat. Let's go. I have to accompany Boss Hu to eat a few cups. Lu Qingyang laughed and pulled Hu Yuni's hand. This was not a big deal, but Hu Yuni was caught off guard and was almost pulled to the side. Big brother. You. Lu Qingyang felt that something was wrong and asked very strangely. Li Jian also felt that something was wrong. He reached out and felt the pulse on Hu Yuni's hand. A strand of internal energy went through Hu Yuni's meridians and immediately turned pale with fright. Big brother, it's fine. Hu Yuni waved his hand disapprovingly. It's been so many years. At this time, when Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Xueqing, who came out with Li Jian and had been waiting for a while, also stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, senior uncle. Ah hi, Xiaoming. Oh, Ah Qing Seeing O Peng's disciples, Hu Yuni seemed to be happy and sad. He thought of O Peng and Zhang Qingyue who died in the ethereal heights. Get up. You guys, are you all okay? Hu Yuni reached out and pulled the three of them up. He wiped the tears that were about to flow out and asked with a smile. Senior uncle, we're all good. Xueqing smiled and said, we're just waiting for senior uncle to come back. This way, the disciples of my Misty School will be gathered again. Yes, I've also been waiting for this moment. If I can return to the ethereal heights, I can die in peace. Hu Yuni was quite emotional. When Wenhai, Xueqing, and Lu Yueming were stunned. They looked at each other and did not dare to ask more. By the way, come, Tian, greet your senior uncles. In the future, you'll have to rely on their support in the ethereal heights. Hu Yuni smiled and turned to the child. The child looked calm. He took a few steps forward and bowed graciously. Disciple greets senior uncles, second grandmaster, and fifth grandmaster. Xueqing smiled and said, Child, get up quickly. It's not that I haven't seen you before. It's just that after not seeing you for a few years, you've already become a little adult. Yes. I didn't feel it when I was young. Now that I look at you, you're actually similar to Qing Yu when he was young. You both look mature. Lu Qingyang stretched out his fan-like hand and patted Tiantian's little shoulder. Isn't that so? Tiantian's aptitude is exceptional. She has cultivated our ethereal sex legacy martial arts to an extremely high level. She will inherit Qing Yu's legacy. Fourth brother and Qing Yu should be able to rest in peace in the underworld. Hearing this, Li Jian frowned slightly and looked at Wen Wenhai, who was also frowning. Hu Yuni didn't seem to see it. He turned back and said, Faction leader Xu Wei, aren't you coming to meet your old subordinate? The man who had been waiting for a long time came forward with a face full of smiles. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings Elder Li and Elder Lu. Shui Yupeng. Vice Faction leader Xu Wei. Lu Qingyang was stunned and said, You bastard, where have you been all these years? I have almost forgotten about you. Shui Yupeng was a little embarrassed and replied, Elder Lu, the Misty School was destroyed and the Luo Shui faction was also surrounded by the Xian Rong faction. I tried my best to escape, but I heard that you all went to the Incense faction. I couldn't find Elder Hu, so I could only mix with the brothers of the Luo Shui faction in the Jianghu. However, the Dalan Temple didn't seem to want to let me go, so I could only run and run. It wasn't until recently that I found Elder Hu and reunited with the disciples of the Misty School. A few years ago, it wasn't easy for me to take care of the disciples. On one hand, I had to teach Tian martial arts, and on the other, I had to take care of some chores. It wasn't until faction leader Shui came that I was free. He's the vice faction leader of our Misty School. Hu Yuni smiled and said, However, I didn't work for nothing these years. Look, when I left, I took hundreds of young Eagle Hall disciples with me. Now, there are 2,000 disciples. As he spoke, he waved his hand and said proudly, It's enough to be of great use. Big brother, it's been hard on you. Li Jian smiled and helped Hu Yuni into the Misty Mountain Villa. At this time, a voice sounded from inside the Misty Mountain Villa, Master Hu, welcome back. When Li Jian looked, it was Zhang Xiaohu who hurried back from the Huanxi Mountain Villa. When Li Jian saw him, he pointed at Zhang Xiaohu and said with a smile, Big brother, this is Ah Hai's disciple. You should have seen him before. He's now the big faction leader of our Misty School. Big faction leader. Hu Yuni glanced at Zhang Xiaohu who was walking over and said coldly, How come I don't know this? Li Jian was stunned and said with a smile, Big brother, did you forget? The last time you sent Chu Yunfei over, he had already seen big faction leader Zhang. Chu Yunfei has seen it before, but I have never seen it before. I know this Zhang Xiaohu and know that he's Ah Hai's disciple, but I only know that the chief disciple of our Misty School is Zhang Qingyue. Qingyue's direct disciple should be Tian. Even Ah Hai isn't qualified to be the big faction leader. How can his disciple be qualified to be the big faction leader? Hu Yuni said without any trace of politeness. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu had already arrived in front of Hu Yuni. When he heard Hu Yuni's words, he frowned and looked at Hu Yuni's old face and the stubbornness in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh and bow, Disciple Zhang Xiaohu greets Master Hu. And, not bad. It's best to know your mistakes and change for the better. Hu Yuni was quite appreciative of Zhang Xiaohu's bow. He waved his hand and said, I know this isn't your fault. You were also forced to be the big faction leader by that old beggar Jingyi. However, since my Misty School's disciples have returned, you don't have to be the big faction leader of the fragrant cult. It's better to give it to my Misty School's direct disciple. Big brother. Li Jian said in a low voice, Big faction leader Zhang. What big faction leader Zhang? There's no big faction leader Zhang in front of me. Hu Yuni waved his hand. Hee, Master Hu, these are all small matters. Your return to the Misty Mountain Villa is the most important matter. I'll ask you and your Misty School's disciples to come to the Misty Mountain Villa first. And, that's what a junior should be like. Hu Yuni nodded with satisfaction and turned to Tian, you have to learn from your senior brother. Chapter 11-19. Yes, Grandmaster, I understand. Tian smiled and saluted Zhang Xiaohu. Greetings, senior brother Zhang. Before Zhang Xiaohu could return the salute, Hu Yuni said, Wrong, it's senior brother Zhang. Big brother, you. Lu Qingyang came to his senses and asked. What about me? Hu Yuni glared at Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang shrunk his neck in fear and said, Nothing. Alright, big brother, let's go in first. The wind is strong here, and your body. Li Jian said with concern. Yes, Grandmaster Hu, let's go to the meeting hall first. Zhang Xiaohu also said. Then, he turned and ordered a disciple, Go and call Deputy Hall Master Lu of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Tell him to settle down the 2,000 disciples who came from afar. Yes, the disciple answered and left. When Hu Yuni heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Foreign Affairs Hall. Second brother, when did our Misty School have a Foreign Affairs Hall? Why didn't I know about it? Li Jian smiled bitterly and helped Hu Yuni up. Big brother, let's go in first. When we reach the meeting hall, you can rest for a while and then talk. How about that? Sigh, look at you. You've only been back for a few days and you've already messed up the Misty School's rules. If fourth brother knows about this, will he be able to rest peacefully in the underworld? Hu Yuni did as Li Jian said, but he was blaming them as he walked. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes narrowed when he heard this, but he immediately calmed down and acted as if he didn't care. Li Jian supported Hu Yuni in front and looked at Zhang Xiaohu, who was standing next to him. He nodded slightly at him and left first. Zhang Xiaohu was supposed to be walking in front, but when he saw this, he didn't walk and just stood there quietly. Lu Qingyang didn't know and called out, Sect leader, aren't you going? Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Elder Lu, you go first. Oh. Lu Qingyang followed his two senior brothers and left, followed by Shui Yupeng and Tian. Shui Yupeng knew that this wasn't the time to be courteous, so she cupped her hands and didn't say much, pulling Tian into the villa. Let's go, Xiaohu. When Wenhai walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu and patted him on the shoulder with a bitter smile on his face. Of course, Hu Yuni was the most senior elder in the Misty School. Even the former leader of the Misty School, Peng, had to be respectful in front of him. Needless to say, people like Wenhai couldn't even muster the will to resist. Yes, Master. Zhang Xiaohu nodded with a smile. He followed Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and the others as they slowly entered the Misty Mountain Villa. The disciples in the Misty School had already received the news. Many people had rushed over and stood in the square to welcome the senior and junior brothers who had been with them day and night, as well as the new disciples who had joined the Misty School. However, when they saw the haggard Hu Yuni, everyone felt sad and reverence for him. Is everyone, well? Hu Yuni walked to the steps of the meeting hall and turned to look at the familiar faces in the square. He couldn't help but think of more familiar faces that he couldn't see again. His heart ached slightly as he waved his hand and said, "Greetings, Grand Elder." The disciples in the square shouted in unison. "Everyone is back. I am finally back." Hu Yuni was filled with emotion. His eyes were a little blurry. He choked with sobs for a moment and said, The Misty School has finally stood up again. I believe, with the concerted efforts of the disciples of the Misty School, the Misty Mountain Villa will sooner or later rise again in the Jianghu and regain its former glory. Yes, let's work together and regain our glory. The disciples were also excited and shouted in unison. Hu Yuni smiled and nodded. He turned to look at Shui Yupeng and Shui Tian and pointed at them. Just as he was about to speak, Li Jian quickly grabbed his hand and said in a low voice, "Big brother, let's go in and talk." You. Hu Yuni frowned and wanted to break free. However, how could he compete with Li Jian at this moment? With half a push, he followed Li Jian into the meeting hall. As soon as they entered the meeting hall, Hu Yuni pulled his hand back and scolded, "Li Laoer, what is the meaning of this?" "Me?" Li Jian pretended to be angry and said, "Big brother, it's windy outside. Why are you still standing at such a high place? Can't you talk to the disciples when the weather is better tomorrow? Anyway, we are back and the days ahead are long. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't you think so?" Li Laoer. Hu Yuni stared at Li Jian for a moment. He wanted to say something but didn't. Only when everyone entered the meeting hall did Hu Yuni swallow his words. He waved his hand and walked to the seat of honor. Then, Hu Yuni clasped his hands behind his back and stood in the middle of the meeting hall. He quietly looked at the seat of the Grand Elder in the meeting hall without saying a word. Not long after, everyone came in and stood in front of their seats. None of them dared to sit down. Li Jian walked to Hu Yuni's side and said in a low voice, "Big brother, the disciples have all come in. Let's sit down and talk." "Sit down. How do we sit?" When Hu Yuni heard this, he pointed at the chair in front of him and said, "My seat is easy to talk about, but what about this chair? Who should sit there?" Li Jian didn't expect Hu Yuni to be so stubborn. He didn't even wait for a private discussion before putting this question on the table. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, he still put a smile on his face and said, "Big brother, this seat is naturally for my Misty School's Grand Elder." Then, Zhang Xiaohu, who had been quietly standing behind him, said, "Zhang Xiaohu is the Grand Elder of my Misty School. Of course, he should sit there." The Misty School's Grand Elder. Hu Yuni sneered, "My 2,000 disciples don't seem to know." Li Jian continued to smile and said, "Big brother, you must be joking. When I left Spreading Fragrance School that day, I didn't know where you were. How could I inform Big brother? Therefore, without Big brother's approval, I pushed little Hu to the Grand Elder's seat. This is my fault. I will apologize to Big brother later." Hu Yuni sighed and said, "Li Laoer, you and I are brothers. How can I blame you? I just want to ask. You, Li Laoer, and Lu Laoer can sit in this seat. Even if you don't want to take Laoer's inheritance, wouldn't it be the same if a Hai or Xiaoming sat there? Why, did you choose a Hai's disciple?" Then, looking at Zhang Xiaohu, he hesitated and said, "He isn't a disciple of my Misty School. Big brother, you don't know. Our situation in Spreading Fragrance School is difficult. Sitting in this seat is really inconvenient." "Ha ha ha, Li Laoer, you finally got to the point. Why is it that your situation is difficult and his is smooth sailing?" Why is he favored by the old beggar Jing Yi? Not only did he name himself as the chief disciple of the Misty Sect, but he also directly named himself as the sect master of the Misty Sect. Hu Yuni finally laughed out loud and said, "Can't you use your brain to think? When did he come from Misty School? He has no foundation at all. How can the old beggar Jing Yi favor him? If he is not a spy sent by Spreading Fragrance School, how can you explain all this?" Big brother. Li Jian was a little loud again. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu, who was smiling and almost squinting his eyes. He said, "Little Hu is definitely not a spy like Big Brother said. This Lauer, and all the disciples of Misty Hall on Shirxin Peak can testify. Are the people of Spreading Fragrance School here?" Hu Yuni suddenly asked. "No, Big Brother. They are in Martial Arts Lecture Hall and Martial Arts Discussion Hall. Because Big Brother came back, he didn't let the two deputy leaders come." What Martial Arts Lecture Hall, what Martial Arts Discussion Hall, what two deputy leaders? Hu Yuni sneered and said, "One Grand Elder, two deputy leaders, and two halls. They are all from Spreading Fragrance School. Is my Misty School still a Misty School?" Without waiting for Li Jian to speak, Hu Yuni continued, "The Grand Elder of my Misty School is a disciple of my Misty School. If he is not a disciple of my Misty School, is this Misty School still a Misty School? Is the Grand Elder of Spreading Fragrance School conferred by the old beggar Jing Yi the Grand Elder of my Misty School? Is he the Grand Elder that we should acknowledge?" Looking at Li Jian, Hu Yuni said, "Second brother, I know the pain in your heart. I also know the situation of my Misty School. Therefore, this time, I also steeled my heart and brought these 2,000 disciples back to support you. Although the Misty School has many disciples arranged by the old beggar Jing Yi, she has already admitted to the entire Jianghu that she will no longer interfere with the internal affairs of the Misty School. We are going to use this weakness against her and kick out the Grand Elder that was not elected by the disciples of my Misty School. We will let the true direct disciple of my Misty School sit on the Grand Elder's seat so that fourth brother's legacy can continue." As Hu Yuni spoke, he became a bit agitated and anxious. Unknowingly, he started coughing again. Shui Tian quickly went up and handed over a pill. Hu Yuni took it and after a while, he was finally able to breathe normally. He pointed at Shui Tian and said to everyone, "My Misty School's head disciple is Zhang Qingyue. This child is Qingyue's direct disciple. Qingyue died and could not inherit fourth brother's legacy, so this child should naturally inherit it." Seeing that all the disciples of the Misty School were silent, Hu Yuni pointed at Shui Yupeng and said, "Even if Tian is still young and cannot manage the Grand Elder's affairs, Vice Sect Leader Shui is my Misty School's Vice Sect Leader. He is also Tiantian's father. If Tian cannot become the Grand Elder of the Misty School, then Vice Sect Leader Shui will naturally become the Grand Elder of the Misty School. When Tian grows up, she will inherit her father's legacy and become the Grand Elder of the Misty School." In short, Hu Yuni pointed at the gloomy-looking Zhang Xiaohu and said, "In short, the appointed Grand Elder of the Misty School absolutely cannot become the Grand Elder of the Misty School." Big brother. Li Jian's expression turned cold as he said, "You came back to tell us this? You want to compete with Little Hu for the Grand Elder position?" "Of course not." Seeing Li Jian's unyielding attitude, Hu Yuni smiled and said, "I came back to revitalize the Misty School. But, if the Grand Elder position of the Misty School is taken by a disciple of the Misty School, then how will revitalization?" Chapter 11:20. Sigh, since that's the case. Li Jian's expression relaxed when he heard that. He smiled and said, "That's good. Then I'll use the facts to argue with you. Go ahead. I'd like to see how that old beggar Jing Yi will convince you." Yes, I'll convince you. Li Jian looked around and said, Everyone, please take a seat. You're all the backbone of our Misty School. This position concerns the development of our Misty School. All of you can listen and express your opinions. Everyone nodded silently but didn't sit down. They only looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and sat on the right side of the leader's seat. He nodded at everyone and they sat down. Big brother, please take a seat. Li Jian pointed at his seat and smiled. This is Big Brother's seat. When Big Brother wasn't around, I secretly sat there for a few days. Hee hee, Hu Yuni smiled. Maybe it'll be your seat in the future. Li Jian was stunned. Big Brother, what do you mean? Hu Yuni didn't answer. He looked at the seat beside Zhang Xiaohu and said to Shui Yupeng and Shui Tian, you two sit there. Shui Yupeng brought Shui Tian and walked quickly to Zhang Xiaohu's side. They nodded and sat down. All right, second brother. If you have something to say, just say it. Li Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohu and asked, Leader, now, the time is right. Can I say it? Zhang Xiaohu knew what Li Jian wanted to say. He smiled. Even if you don't say it, I'm sure Elder Hu won't agree. Since everyone in the meeting hall is from Misty School, just say it. Yes, as you command, Grand Faction Master. Li Jian nodded. He looked at Hu Yuni's unhappy expression and said, Big brother, your injury seems to be very serious. Did you suffer it when you broke out of the Misty Peak's back mountain? Yes, I was hit by a consecrator from the Alliance of Righteous Sects. It hurt my vital organs and I haven't recovered yet. Hu Yuni nodded. Since Big Brother was heavily injured while breaking out of the encirclement, then I'm sure Big Brother already knows what happened to us. Well, that's for sure. You've all been crippled of your martial arts. You've been captured by the fragrant cult. Hu Yuni sighed. I know that because you've lost your martial arts, you can't resist the fragrant cult. That's why you brought the 2,000 disciples back. Big brother, didn't we tell Chu Yunfei to tell you that we have recovered our martial arts? Li Jianqi asked. Of course, Chu Yunfei did. He even said that there was a senior from the Immortal Path who was related to the Misty School that helped Zhang Xiaohu recover all of your martial arts. Hu Yuni said disdainfully, I know that you guys are deliberately mystifying. You're using the empty fort strategy to confuse the incense cult, but, Big Brother, it's true. Lu Qingyang jumped up and shouted, Chu Yunfei, that brat, saw me walking, and I was worried for a long time. How can you recover your martial arts when they've been crippled? And, even if I'm not the chief disciple, I've never heard Master say that there's a senior from the Misty School that's on good terms with us. If there's really a senior from the Immortal Path who could chase you to the fragrant cult, then why didn't he appear when the Misty School was destroyed? That day, as long as he appeared on the Misty Peak, he didn't have to recover the martial arts of the thousands of disciples. Why do you think he didn't do the simple things and insisted on doing the complicated things? Li Jianqi nodded and shook his head. What Hu Yuni said was quite reasonable, but it was true that he had recovered his martial arts. Who knew why the senior from the Immortal Path didn't appear at the critical moment of the Misty School's destruction? Why did he have to wait until the Misty School was destroyed? It's useless to say more. Li Jianqi laughed. Big brother, look. Li Jianqi pulled out the long sword at his waist. His face was slightly purple, and the tip of the long sword was 3 fingers long. Ah! Sword. Hu Yuni couldn't sit still. He stood up and asked, Second brother, you really recovered your martial arts? Not only that, Big brother, there's me too. Lu Qingyang couldn't help but walk up to Hu Yuni and say, that day, my joints were crushed by the monks of the Dalan Temple. I couldn't even stand up. Senior uncle, we we really recovered. Wen Hai stood up and smiled. No way, really, really. Hu Yuni was stunned. He pointed at the others and asked, You all recovered? Yes, senior uncle. Thanks to sect leader Zhang, we all recovered our martial arts. Everyone said, however, in order to not attract the attention of the fragrant cult, we still pretended that we didn't recover our martial arts. This. Hu Yuni was speechless. He waved his hand and asked everyone to sit down. His tone was pleasantly surprised. That's good. With your martial arts recovered, the strength of the Misty School will reach a higher level. We don't have to worry about the disciples of the fragrant cult. Then, he seemed to think of something and changed the topic. However, this was done by the senior who has a deep relationship with our Misty School. It has nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohu. They just borrowed his hand. Big brother, you have to think about it. Why didn't the senior find someone else but Zhang Xiaohu? It was a coincidence. Hu Yuni replied. Big brother, that day at Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohu was the only direct disciple of our Misty School who didn't lose his martial arts. Although the senior gave Du Feng and Ding Chao 10 years worth of martial arts, he didn't give them the important task of recovering our martial arts. What do you think the senior meant by this? But Zhang Xiaohu's identity. Don't worry, big brother. Zhang Xiaohu is definitely not a disciple of the fragrant cult. When he came to our Misty School, he didn't know any martial arts. Moreover, the fragrant cult respects female disciples. Even if the old beggar Jing Yi had a premeditated plan, she would still choose Yang Rupiying. Hu Yuni thought for a moment and nodded. There's no need to argue about this. You've received such a big favor from him. Of course, you have to speak up for him. Perhaps this was also premeditated by Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu sat in his chair, quietly listening and watching. It was as if he didn't care that this was a farce. Well, since Big Brother said so, then I can only admit it. I've received such a big favor from Zhang Xiaohu. Naturally, I have to repay him. Although the old beggar Jing Yi wanted him to be the leader of the Misty School, he's also the candidate that all the Misty School disciples want. Li Jian sneered, but Big Brother is referring to a 10-year-old child. What qualifications does he have? He wants to be the leader of the Misty School as soon as he comes. Does he have the grace of being reborn to our Misty School disciples? Or can he pull our Misty School disciples out of the puppets of the fragrant cult? Is it just because he's the direct disciple of our Misty School's chief disciple? Li Jian looked at Hu Yuni and said, although Zhang Xiaohu isn't Zhang Qingyue's disciple, he's still Wen Hai's disciple. He's also the direct disciple of fourth brother. There's nothing wrong with that. Moreover, the leader of our Misty School doesn't have to be based on seniority. Didn't Big Brother give the position of chief disciple and leader to fourth brother? This. Hu Yuni was speechless. There's also deputy leader Xu Wei. Li Jian looked at Xu Wei Yupang and said coldly, presumably, deputy leader Xu Wei knows that the reason why fourth brother promoted Xu Wei Yupang to deputy leader is for the sake of the development of our Misty School. He wants to integrate the Luo Shui gang and the Misty School. If Deputy Leader Xu Wei can stay in our Misty School for another 10 years and integrate into our Misty School, then, at this time, this Li will definitely persuade Zhang Xiaohu to step down and give the position of Deputy Leader Xu Wei to someone who knows the ins and outs of our Misty School. Pitifully, Deputy Gang Leader Xu Wei has only stayed in our ethereal sect for less than 2 years and has only shown up in Huanxi Manor for 4 or 5 times. Now, you want to seize the position of the Grand Gang Leader of our ethereal sect. Do you think you can rely on the fact that you used to be our Deputy Gang Leader? Second brother, are you saying that you're going to support Zhang Xiaohu? Hu Yuni asked. Big brother, it's not that I support him, but it's the choice of thousands of our Misty School brothers. Even if you have to fall out with Big Brother, you still want to choose Zhang Xiaohu? Hu Yuni asked coldly. Big Brother, it's not a matter of falling out or not. As I said, we have to make a wise choice for the development of our Misty School. Your choice is Zhang Xiaohu. Yes, our choice is faction leader Zhang. If you don't believe me, Big Brother, you can ask them. Li Jian turned around and pointed at the crowd. But, the 2,000 disciples I brought with me, all support Shui Yupeng? Hu Yuni asked with a smile. 2,000 disciples? Li Jian hesitated and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to speak, Hu Yuni said, Second brother, you're right. We have to choose a capable leader. This is what you and I think. I don't want to embarrass you, but Shui Yupeng used to be the leader of Luo Shui faction and is now the deputy leader of our Misty School. He's much better than Zhang Xiaohu in terms of martial arts, prestige, and ability. He's the best choice for leader of our Misty School. You can't delay the righteousness of the faction because of your personal feelings. Capable? Li Jian sneered. Can Shui Yupeng handle the disciples of Fragrance Cult and the disciples of the Righteous Alliance? What do you mean? Hu Yuni asked curiously. Zhang Xiaohu took in the disciples of the Incense Cult into the Martial Teaching Hall and the Martial Discussion Hall. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, the two vice-sect leaders, listened to him. He also took in the disciples of the Righteous Alliance into the Zhenwu Hall and the Great Martial Hall. Wang Luan and Lu Bin, the two hall leaders, also followed Zhang Xiaohu's lead. Can Shui Yupeng do the same? Hiss. Hearing this, Hu Yuni sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. After a while, he said, Shui Yupeng might be able to do it, but how can we prove it now? Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 11:21. Li Jian said with a smile, That's right, Big Brother. We can't prove it. Faction leader Zhang has subdued Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng from the Fragrance Cult, and Wang Luan and Lu Bin from the Alliance of Righteousness. Shui. Vice faction leader Zhang can't do that. Hu Yuni thought for a while and looked at Zhang Xiaohu and Shui Yupeng. He sighed and said, Li Laoer, to be a faction leader, one must have qualifications, prestige and martial arts. Since you've put aside qualifications, I won't mention that Shui Yupeng is the former vice-faction leader of Misty School. What about prestige? It can't be solved in a short time. Besides, Zhang Xiaohu has some prestige in Misty School. He can barely be compared with Shui Yupeng. This. Li Jian looked at Hu Yuni with anger on his face. Big Brother, you mean, you want Grand Faction leader Zhang to compete with Shui Yupeng in martial arts? Li Laoer, then, tell me, what else can you do? Convince the 2,000 men I brought with me. Convince Shui Yupeng and Shui Tian. And you still have to, convince me. Ha ha ha, Big Brother. Li Jian got angry and laughed. Shui Yupeng was a famous master in Jianghu even before she entered Misty School. Although her martial arts cultivation is a little weaker than faction leader O, but how can faction leader Zhang compare with her? Big Brother. I won't agree with your idea. And, no matter what. Faction leader Zhang is the faction leader of Misty School in my eyes. Others. If they want to be the faction leader, they have to convince me. That's right. Big Brother. Sect Master Zhang is kind and benevolent. He has saved countless disciples of our ethereal sect. It was Sect Master Zhang's idea for us to come out of the incense-spreading sect. Otherwise, I would still be lying on the back mountain of Shixin Peak, basking in the sun. Li Laoer. Hu Yuni stood up and said coldly, are you going against your big brother? Big brother, you are the big brother of the 6 ethereal tigers. You were in the past, you are now, and you will be in the future. I respect you from the bottom of my heart. It's just that, please forgive me for being disrespectful when it comes to faction leader Zhang. Big brother. Lu Qingyang also shouted, Big clan master is so good, why don't you like her? Eldest martial uncle, please reconsider. Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Xue Qing all stood up to dissuade him. When Hu Yuni saw that everyone was trying to stop him, he frowned and hesitated. However, when he looked at Zhang Xiaohu, Shui Yupeng, and Shui Tian, who were sitting quietly beside him, his expression became resolute. He waved his hand and said, You have all seen Zhang Xiaohu's means, but I haven't. I want to see it. As people of the martial arts world, if we don't compete in martial arts, do we compete in rock paper scissors? Big brother, if that's the case, Li Jian didn't know why Hu Yuni disliked Zhang Xiaohu so much or why he respected Shui Yupeng so much. However, he was indebted to Zhang Xiaohu and had thousands of Misty School disciples behind him. He couldn't stand up for Zhang Xiaohu. Elderly Zhang Xiaohu, who had been silent all this time, stood up and said with a smile, Let's do as martial ancestor Hu says. However, martial ancestor Hu must be tired after coming from afar. 3 days later, I will compete with vice faction leader Shui in the square in front of the meeting hall. Then, he turned to Hu Yuni and asked, Martial ancestor Hu, what do you think? Faction leader Zhang. This isn't appropriate. Li Jian wanted to stop him. Hu Yuni nodded and said, All right, I'd like to see what you're capable of in 3 days. By the way, for the next few days, can I still be in charge of the Misty School's affairs? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Of course you can if it concerns the other disciples. As for the disciples I brought, I'll have to wait 3 days. It's fine. The vice faction leader of the Young Eagle Hall is martial uncle Xue Qing. If martial ancestor Hu trusts her, let her make arrangements for these disciples first. Yes, faction leader. Xue Qing bowed as if provoking Hu Yuni. Very good. Hu Yuni narrowed his eyes and said no more. Old man, you've gone too far. In the alchemy room of the ethereal palace, Zhang Xiaohua was on the verge of exploding after hearing Zhang Xiaohu's story. He had been scheming since Shixin Peak and spent a lot of effort to win the hearts of the thousands of disciples of the Misty School. Wasn't it all to help Zhang Xiaohu become the faction leader of the Misty School? However, all the favors he had done for the Misty School and Zhang Xiaohu's hard work couldn't compare to Shui Tiantian's status as Zhang Qingyue's direct disciple. It couldn't even compare to a single word from Hu Yuni. Forget it, forget it. Second brother, my Beidou school still lacks disciples. Why don't you come with the 2 sisters-in-law? Although you can't become the faction leader, your future will definitely be better than that of the Misty School. Fuck off. How can your Big Dipper sect's 3 kittens and 4 puppies compare to our ethereal sect? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, I'm the faction leader of the Misty School now. If I chicken out at the last minute, not only will I be letting down Grandmaster Li and my master, but also the thousands of disciples of the Misty School. How can I walk in Jianghu in the future? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head, stood up, and said, Why don't I just stab that bastard called Shui Yupeng to death with my sword? Don't. Zhang Xiaohu knew Zhang Xiaohua's tricks. He was so scared that he grabbed him and said anxiously, Shui Yupeng is a disciple of the Misty School anyway. He can't stand your ruthless methods. Besides, he's going to compete with me in 3 days. If he suddenly dies at such a critical juncture, who wouldn't know that it has something to do with me? Besides, with your second brother's current martial arts. I'm an immortal now. Why should I be afraid of him? Zhang Xiaohu said proudly. Hee, that's how it should be. Zhang Xiaohua gave him a thumbs up and said, I thought you asked me to impersonate you again. Is that necessary? I can't always rely on you, Zhang Xiaohu snorted disdainfully. Looking at the pale white flame and the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace above, he smiled and said, this method of refining pills, when can you teach me? Humph. Zhang Xiaohua also had the same face as Zhang Xiaohu. She pointed behind her with her chin and said, your Misty School's inheritance naturally has this alchemy method. Why are you coveting my Baidu schools? Fine. Zhang Xiaohu stood up and said, I'm going back to see my parents. Are you coming? Of course. Zhang Xiaohua also floated in the air. In a few blinks of an eye, she was at the door of the alchemy room. She smiled and said, I haven't been back for a few days. Your soul-absorbing pill will be ready in a few days. I'm going to see my disciples. Wait for me. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and chased after her. When they were out of the restriction, Zhang Xiaohua asked, second brother, where is that guy? Which guy? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. However, he immediately understood and said, he's at the Kitty Hawk Hall. He's arranged by Marshal Uncle Shui. I think he's a direct disciple of the original Misty School. They can trust him. Zhang Xiaohua said and released her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Her expression was very strange and she said, Hu Yuni is a skinny old man. I don't think. I've seen him in the Misty School before. Martial Ancestor Hu is an elder of the Misty School. At that time, not to mention you, even ordinary Misty School disciples couldn't see him. You can see Martial Ancestor Hu now. Yes, he's talking to a boy around 10 years old. There's also an imposing man standing next to him. That boy seems to be the Shui Tian you were talking about. And it should be. The only one who can be with Elder Hu all the time is Tian. Ha, second brother, I don't know. If I tell you that I've seen this so-called Misty School's deputy gang leader, what would you think? That's strange. Shui Yupeng is the Misty School's deputy gang leader. And he seems to have participated in the martial arts exhibition. It's not strange that you've seen him. Why would I be surprised? Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand. It's different from what you think, second brother. During the martial arts exhibition, it was the first time I saw a disciple of the Misty School. There were so many people, how could I remember who? It wasn't long ago that I met Vice Gang Leader Shui. How? How is this possible? Shui Yupeng has always been with Elder Hu. How could you have seen him? Ha, when you know where I've seen him, I'm sure, you'll be even more surprised. Tell me, where did you see him? Evil Tiger Gang. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, when I went from Shichui Mountain to the Evil Tiger Gang to kill the Blue Flame Token, I saw him outside Hungry Tiger Villa. At that time, he was with the Blue Flame Token's deputy gang leader Jiang of the Righteous Alliance. I thought he looked familiar. So that's why. That's impossible. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. After a while, he said faintly, could it be? Elder Hu has also joined the Righteous Alliance. This time, he came back because of the Righteous Alliance. And it should be. Otherwise, why hasn't the Righteous Alliance attacked after so long? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. The Righteous Alliance sure has a good plan. They've taken over the nest and chased you away, easily taking over Ethereal Sect and Nanjing Yi's thousands of fragrance cult disciples into their pockets. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, since I know, I naturally can't let their evil plan succeed. Kill all of them. Zhang Xiaohua said noisily. No, killing for no reason will only make elderly and the others feel disgusted. Moreover, we can't explain it to the 2000 Misty School disciples. It's very inappropriate. Second brother, don't forget, I know the bewitching finger. With a tap on his acupoint, that guy will say anything. You know how to say it, but the problem is, others will think that you did something and will suspect you first. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said, let's go, let's not talk about this for now. We'll talk about it when we get home. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Xiaohu into Huanxi Villa. She still didn't look back and said hatefully, when I have time, I'll tap on this guy and see what they're planning. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1122. In the small courtyard of Huanxi Villa, compared to the past, what remained unchanged was the warmth of home. What had changed was that it was livelier. Zhang Xiaohua asked Ou Yan to make arrangements for Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger, but after Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger met Zhang Xiaohua's parents, they simply stayed in the small courtyard. Nie Qianyu did not have a mother since she was a child, so she had long been envious of the village life that Zhang Xiaohua talked about. Now that she saw Guosufei, she kept calling her aunt, which made Guosufei grin from ear to ear. Zhang Pinger was also accepted into the Lihua Hall of Lingxiang Peak since she was a child. Although Yin Yin treated her very well, she did not experience the warmth of home after all. At this time, in just half a day, she was intoxicated by the overflowing family affection of the Zhang family. She was so happy that she did not want to go out of the small courtyard at all. Although Zhang Pinger had a cold temperament and was not as lively and likable as Nie Qianyu, she was still fair-skinned and beautiful. She looked like an adult, and she was very careful and well-behaved. Guosufei had noticed this. Although she did not say anything, she was secretly looking at Zhang Pinger's chest and butt. Her breasts and buttocks weren't exactly plump, but Guosufei nodded inwardly. She looked like a woman who could give birth to children. Alas, if such thoughts were known by Zhang Xiaohua. When they came to the small courtyard, Lu Qian accompanied Guosufei to pick vegetables. Ou Yan stood carefully beside them and said something, which made Guosufei laugh from time to time. Zhang Pinger carried a small wooden bucket and held a small wooden spoon in her hand, watering the flowers and plants in the middle of the courtyard and a few small vegetable fields. Nie Qianyu held Zhang Bairen in her arms, and Xiaohua Ji was beside her. She pointed at the butterflies flying in the flowers and plants, as if telling a story. Bairen listened attentively and was fascinated. Changge and Chin Chin also came, but they looked a little sad. They were accompanying Mr. Liu and were talking about something. Zhang Kai was sitting beside Mr. Liu. He was squinting his eyes and his head was drooping down. He was probably taking a nap. Little Black and Little Yellow were lying on top of the walls of the small courtyard. They would fly or run along the walls from time to time. They were never idle. They had seen Zhang Xiaohua a long time ago, but under Zhang Xiaohua's instructions, they continued to play their games. Zhang Xiaohu entered the yard first. Hearing the noise, Changge stood up first and asked, Xiaohu, where are you going? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zhang Xiaohua come in as well. His eyes lit up, and a look of realization appeared on his face. He smiled and said, I forgot. With Xiaohua here, what are you afraid of? Zhang Xiaohu knew what Changge meant, but he didn't want his parents to worry, so he nodded slightly. Senior brother sect leader, you're back. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, Ou Yan, Zhang Pinger, and Nie Qianyu all stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Ha, I'm back, I'm back. Zhang Xiaohua enjoyed it very much. He waved his hand and smiled. But then he noticed the changes in the few rooms that were usually empty. He frowned and said, You, are not going to live in the small courtyard, are you? Can't we? Senior brother sect leader. Nie Chinyu said curiously, isn't it nice to live here? I like this small courtyard after just half a day. Isn't it the same to live anywhere? Zhang Ping'er also pursed her lips and said, if I live here, I can also protect uncle and aunt. Greetings to Master. Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed. Senior uncles are also good here. The small courtyard is more lively. But Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and couldn't say anything. Guosufei scolded, but what? I think it's good for them to live here. Isn't it lively at home? If Chang'e and Qin Qin didn't have to go back to Mingsui Hall, I would like them to live in the small courtyard with Xiaohu. Mom, I'm talking about Xiaohua. Why did you stop me? Zhang Xiaohu obviously had a guilty conscience and immediately complained. Aunt, you're right. Oh Yan helped him, but there's no place for me to live here, let alone gang leader Zhang and Chang'e. Zhang Xiaohua glared at her angrily. There are many big courtyards in Huanxi Villa. Why don't you vacate one? I'll follow senior brother sect leader's order and do it right away. Oh Yen said with a smile. Forget it. Don't make trouble. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand. At this time, Zhang Kai was also awakened. He frowned and said, Xiaohua, what are you busy with? You're not at home most of the time. Today you created a Beatty school and even accepted Villa Hedo as your disciple. What do you want to do? Mr. Liu coughed and poked Zhang Kai with his arm, whispering, in-law, well, the children have their own affairs. You don't have to worry about them. Well, Villa Hedo sent a jar of green bamboo leaf the day before yesterday. Do you want to taste it? But, is he going to accept disciples or do something else? Zhang Kai always listened to Mr. Liu, so he unconsciously lowered his tone. Xiaolong, bring the wine and ask Qian to cook some dishes. Yes, Dad. Zhang Xiaolong came out of the room with a small porcelain jar in his hand. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then looked at Nie Qianyu and Zhang Ping'er who had walked aside. He winked at Zhang Xiaohua and gave her a thumbs up. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes angrily. When she was about to turn around, she heard Zhang Xiaolong shouting again, Xiaohua, move your long sword. Don't always leave it in the yard. It's in the way. Got it, big brother. Zhang Xiaohua replied angrily. She walked to a corner of the yard and picked up the Great Wisdom Sword. Holding it in her hand, she went straight into her room. The Great Wisdom Sword was Ren Xiaoyao's signature weapon. After returning to the Guizhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua rarely used it. She just left it in the yard. Translator, Transin editor, Transin. As night fell, the lights in the small courtyard of the Zhang family were brightly lit. Everyone sat in a circle, eating and chatting. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Nie Qianyu and Zhang Ping'er had only eaten a little before, so this was their first meal. They were a little restrained at first, but gradually, they relaxed and enjoyed the dinner that they had never experienced before. Although this simple meal was not as exquisite and delicious as a professional chef, it was delicious and tasty. It was not something that an outsider could make. The meal took a long time to finish. Zhang Xiaohua only ate a little bit of vegetables and chatted with everyone. Nie Qianyu and Zhang Ping'er, on the other hand, were travel-worn. They rushed day and night. Now that they saw Zhang Xiaohua and confirmed their future plans, they couldn't help but feel sleepy and yawn frequently. When Yan saw this, she told Guosufei the reason. Guosufei was even more tempted. She glared at Zhang Xiaohua a few times and stood up. She wanted to help the two clean up the room with Lu Qian. How could Yan let her do it? She quickly said, Auntie, don't get up. Put everything in the room properly. Just spread it out casually. Guasufei smiled and said, I'm not a grandmother from a rich family. Since you are here, you are my family. How can I not care? Let's go. Let's put the two girls to sleep first. Oh Yen saw that she couldn't stop Guasufei, so she followed. The girls left the room. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and whispered to Zhang Xiaohu, stay at home. I'll help you. Well, be careful. Don't do anything. I have a plan. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Where are you going? Zhang Kai scolded, come back when it's time for dinner. After dinner, put down the bowl, wipe your mouth, and run away. Your mother still has something to ask you. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked to the door and said, Father, the moonlight is just right outside. I'll go and enjoy the moonlight. When I have some ideas, I'll tell you and Mr. Liu. Then she turned around and disappeared. You, this child. Zhang Kai scolded, why didn't you tell me why you let two girls live in your house? Father, these two are Xiaohua's disciples. Didn't I tell you? Zhang Xiaohu explained. Are you teaming up to coax me? He accepted Xiaohua as his disciple and Bai Ren as his disciple. Why did he accept two female disciples who are much older than him for no reason? Well, if he accepts disciples, then so be it. He calls them master, and the disciples call him senior brother sect leader. What kind of mess is this? Are you bullying me because I don't know anything? That's true. Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head and explained, maybe Xiaohua was the one who taught the three of them martial arts. That's why he called himself master. Hee. Xiaohua next to him picked up a mouthful of food and fed it to Zhang Bairen. She laughed and said, Master, he likes others to call him master. He also likes to call himself master and I. That's all. Ha ha ha, Mr. Liu next to them laughed and said, I was wondering why. So it's like this. I have to think about it. Cough cough, in-law, if you have time, help me talk to Xiaohua. You know that I've always been clumsy with words. Xiaohua is not by my side, and I miss him. But he's by my side, and I see him idling around every day. It's annoying. I have to do something. Father, you can't be thinking of planting a few fields outside the door, right? Zhang Xiaohu wanted to laugh. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Sure enough, Zhang Kai said, I say, my back and legs have been aching lately. If Xiaohu didn't remind me, I would have forgotten. The land outside the door is quite fertile. If we plant some crops, next year, we'll have a good harvest. Xiaohua has a lot of strength. Let him plant a few fields outside the door. Sigh. Xiaohu, what are you doing? Father is talking to you about something serious. Don't run away. Father, this kind of thing, you can just nag me. Anyway, I exist because of other people. If I want to farm, so be it. But other people exist because of themselves. I don't have time. Zhang Xiaolong said bitterly as he held his bowl of rice. My son has grown up and can't be controlled by his mother. Zhang Kai sighed. After Zhang Xiaohua went out, she was afraid of her father's nagging. She turned around and hid underground. When she exposed her head, she was already in the young eagle hole. She found Shui Yupeng's house with her divine sense. She hid her figure and went in directly. Shui Yupeng was standing in the house with his hands behind his back. He frowned and looked down at the ground. He was pacing back and forth. Zhang Xiaohua appeared behind him like a ghost. Before Shui Yupeng could notice anything, she pointed at Shui Yupeng's major acupuncture point on his back. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1123. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua's face was frosty. She looked at Shui Yupeng, who was sitting on the bed with a dazed expression. She snorted and said, "All right, you can sleep now. Remember, nothing happened tonight." "Yes, nothing happened today." Shui Yupeng muttered and turned over to lie on the cong. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to leave. She stood in the room and waited for a moment, then turned around and went back to the alchemy room. 3 days later, the sky was clear and the autumn wind brought the smell of autumn. But in the square of the ethereal heights, the atmosphere was not the joy of harvest. Among the 2,000 disciples brought back by Hu Yuni this time, hundreds of them were the elites of the Young Eagle Hall. They were very familiar with the disciples of the Misty School and had integrated into the Misty School in just 3 days. The other 1,000 disciples were secretly recruited by Hu Yuni in the past few years. 3 days was still a short time. At this time, they were squeezed on one side of the square with Shui Tian and Shui Yupeng. There was a faint gap between them and the disciples of the Misty School. In addition to these people, the Hall Masters also brought their elite disciples to surround the square, waiting for today's competition. Xue Qing led the Young Eagle Hall disciples and stood beside Shui Yupeng's disciples. He turned his head to look at the confident Shui Yupeng and the slightly nervous Shui Tian behind her. He couldn't help but frown slightly. After instructing the disciples behind him, he walked to Aunt Qin's side. Behind Aunt Qin were Chang'e and Chen Chen. When they saw Xue Qing coming, they both saluted. You two don't seem to be worried about Grand Master." Seeing Chang'e and Chen Chen's relaxed appearance, Xue Qing was very surprised. "Yes. I don't know what trump card Grand Master Zhang has. I also feel strange, but these two girls won't say anything," Aunt Qin said with a smile. But there was also some worry in her eyes. "Emichem," Xue Qing said, "it's best if you have a trump card. Otherwise, my Misty School's great situation will be ruined again." Aunt Qin nodded. "That's right. Ever since my Misty School left First Faith Peak, it was under sect leader Zhang's command. When we arrived at Misty Mountain Villa, it was with great difficulty that we managed to deal with the incense cult and the Righteous Tao Alliance's disciples. If something goes wrong this time, or if Shui Yupeng wins, I'm afraid we'll have to fight again." "I don't think so. But judging from Grand Faction leader Zhang's methods of subduing the disciples of the Righteous Alliance and the incense cult, Shui Yupeng might not be able to subdue them if he's not here. Internal strife is a small matter. The overall strength of the Misty School will definitely drop. It's difficult. Shui Yupeng used to be the deputy faction leader of our Misty School. Her kung fu was almost as good as the 6 tigers of Misty. Grand Faction leader Zhang, his kung fu is not even as good as the 2 beauties of Misty. I'm afraid it's not." Xue Qing looked at Du Feng and Ding Chao, who were not far away, and sighed. "It's strange. Why did the immortal senior who is related to our Misty School only improve the kung fu of Ding Chao and Du Feng, but not Grand Faction leader Zhang's kung fu? Du Feng and Ding Chao have been practicing kung fu since they were young. Grand Faction leader Zhang. After all, he hasn't been practicing kung fu for long. But Grand Faction leader Zhang captured Wang Dong of the incense cult. His kung fu seems to have improved by leaps and bounds. He should be able to compete with us." Xue Qing was still worried. Since Grand Faction leader Zhang's kung fu has reached such a high level, why didn't the senior work harder? Chang'e and Chen Chen heard Xue Qing complaining about the so-called immortal senior, Zhang Xiaohua. They laughed in their hearts, but they couldn't show it. They could only stammer. Perhaps that senior has his own considerations. The problem is that the Misty School's Kung Fu is about to be picked by others. Isn't he worried? Xue Qing said impatiently. Shu, Hall Leader Xue, Grand Faction Leader Zhang is here. Aunt Qing's eyes were sharp. She had already noticed the meeting hall and immediately reminded him. Xue Qing looked up. As expected, several people walked out of the meeting hall. Hu Yuni walked in the front, followed by Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, and Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu held the blue water sword in his hand and was expressionless. Hu Yuni walked to the front of the square and looked around at the crowd. Before he could speak, he coughed rapidly. He coughed so hard that his back bent. Li Jian quickly stepped forward and patted his back. He wanted to send a wisp of true qi into his body, but Hu Yuni lowered his head and raised his hand. He waved it vigorously and signaled him to stop. After a while, Hu Yuni caught his breath and took out a jade bottle. He poured out a pill and put it into his mouth. His pale face gradually became rosy. Then he said in a low voice, "The meridians in my lungs are damaged. I can't take external inner qi. The more I send it in, the worse it will be." Li Jian sighed. He wanted to ask more, but after looking around the square, he took 2 steps back. Brothers of the Misty School, Hu Yuni took 2 steps forward and said loudly, "Whether it's the brothers who have just joined the Misty School or the brothers who have gone through great changes in the Misty School, you must know who I am. However, I would like to introduce myself. I am Hu Yuni, the eldest senior brother of the original Misty School sect master O Peng. I am also the original Grand Elder of the Misty School." At that moment, Hu Yuni's inner qi had not fully recovered and he could not circulate it. Although his voice was loud, it could not reach the ears of everyone in the square. However, everyone listened quietly, so his voice could barely reach their ears. Perhaps many of the Misty School's disciples are dissatisfied with me. They are muttering in their hearts, "If I didn't come, Zhang Xiaohu, your sect master Zhang, would have run the Misty School well." You are all looking forward to the reunion of the Misty School's disciples, but now that we are back, we are immediately fighting for the position of sect master. Wouldn't that disappoint you? Boom! The disciples could no longer hold back and began discussing in low voices. However, Hu Yuni's voice had long been drowned out by everyone's voices. Li Jian took a look and said loudly, "Disciples, be silent. Listen to Elder Hu." His voice was leisurely transmitted into every disciple's ears. The disciples' hearts trembled and they all shut their mouths. Hu Yuni smiled bitterly and said, "I know what you are thinking, but I have no other choice. Everyone knows that Zhang Xiaohu's position as sect master was given to him by Abbess Jing Yi from the Cult of Fragrance. Even if we are the ones who elected him, but Zhang Xiaohu's seniority is low and his martial arts is weak. How can we convince the others? Although the heroes of the pugilistic world won't say it in front of us, who knows what they will say behind our backs? Everyone doesn't want others to point at their backs and say, 'The Misty School's sect master was appointed by the Cult of Fragrance and is a puppet of the Cult of Fragrance.' No!" The disciples behind Shui Yupeng shouted in unison. The other disciples were about to speak, but Li Jian waved his hand and they all shut up. "When I came 3 days ago, I made a big deal out of this. I'm sure the pugilistic world has already heard about it. No matter what they thought in the past, they will definitely look at the Misty School in a different light now. They will know that the Misty School is not a pawn of the Cult of Fragrance. It is a truly independent Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu heard this and couldn't help but laugh secretly. How pompous! If it weren't for the soul-scaring pill, wouldn't Ming Qing and the rest have already jumped out? He looked at Ming Qing, Gao Kunheng, and the rest. They were all lazy and didn't take Hu Yuni's words to heart. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu had an extremely absurd feeling. "Hu Yuni, was like a person displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. He was holding an axe and playing with it while talking about exchanging pointers. But who didn't know how to deceive oneself? Of course, this competition is also a test for Zhang Xiaohu. Since he wants to be the sect master of the Misty School, he must have been prepared for this kind of test. Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing that Hu Yuni was looking at him, Zhang Xiaohu grinned and said, Elder Hu is right. How can this disciple not listen to Elder Hu's arrangements? Hu Yuni ignored the sarcasm in Zhang Xiaohu's words and continued, only a sect master who has passed this test can be the true sect master of the Misty School. If it was any other day, they would be applauding and praising him. But other than the cheers of the people behind Shui Yupeng, the other places were cold and cheerless. Hu Yuni didn't seem to be embarrassed. He smiled and said, Heaven knows this old man's heart for the Misty School. Although I don't have everyone's understanding now, you will know in the future. Then, he pointed at Shui Yupeng and said, Vice Sect Master Shui was personally appointed by the previous Sect Master of the Misty School, O Peng. Her loyalty and talent have been recognized by Sect Master O. She has the ability and reason to take over the responsibility left behind by Sect Master O. Only she can stop the mouths of the people of Jianghu. However, the Misty School isn't a place where one person has the final say. This old man can't arbitrarily decide the candidate for the sect master of the Misty School. Therefore, this old man used a martial arts competition that is commonly seen in Jianghu to let everyone decide who is the most suitable sect master of the Misty School. Of course, this is also an excellent opportunity for Zhang Xiaohu. Let him use martial arts to show the heroes of Jianghu that he is not a puppet of the incense cult. He has the ability to resist the incense cult's orders. Then, he turned his head to Zhang Xiaohu, as if hinting for Zhang Xiaohu to speak. You still want to pretend to be obedient after getting such a good deal? Zhang Xiaohu was slightly angered. Even though Hu Yuni was eloquent enough to talk about the pros and cons of the matter and mentioned that he had no intention of interfering with the selection of the sect master and only wanted to provide an explanation to the entire ethereal sect, Zhang Xiaohu did not know whether to laugh or cry at his point of view. Hu Yuni had chased him down from the position of sect master and even gave him a dignified reason to thank him and express his acceptance of the matter. Wasn't this just slapping his own face? Zhang Xiaohu walked forward and waved the jade water sword in his hand. He said in a low voice, If you want to fight, I'll fight. Why are you being so noisy? Good, a voice of praise came from the lecture hall. If you want to fight, I'll fight. Mighty Sect Master Zhang. This voice was the spark that lit the fuse. Another wave of cheers came from the square. If you want to fight, I'll fight, Grand Gang Leader Zhang, you're mighty. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you. Chapter 11:24. In the square, Hu Yuni was rather embarrassed. He no longer had the feeling of being the center of attention. He tried to say something, but his hoarse voice was drowned out by the cheers. Maybe I'm wrong. This was the first time Elder Hu was touched by his own way of handling things. He was confused for a while, but then he saw Shui Tian clenching her fists at the side of the square. Hu Yuni felt warmth in his heart, and his eyes gradually became determined. Maybe I'm wrong, but why should I regret it? After thinking, Hu Yuni waved his hand. Shui Yupeng saw Hu Yuni's signal and jumped out of the crowd with her long sword. She went straight to Hu Yuni and Zhang Xiaohu. Li Jian saw Shui Yupeng come out, and the cheers on both sides of the square were a little chaotic. He looked at Hu Yuni, whose white hair was messy in the wind, and felt a little sad. He stepped forward and said in a clear voice, Everyone heard what Elder Hu said. I won't say more. This competition has been approved by faction leader Zhang, so please, wait and see. When they heard that Zhang Xiaohu had agreed to the competition, the crowd couldn't help but recall the time when Zhang Xiaohu had shocked the disciples of the fragrant cult. Back then, he had single-handedly barged into the alchemy hall and captured Wang Dong and a few other disciples. Hence, the cheers became even louder. Mighty faction leader Zhang became even louder. Li Jian frowned slightly, but he was secretly happy. He looked at Hu Yuni, and then at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu knew and raised the sword in his hand. In an instant, the whole square was silent. A voice resounded in the square. Vice faction leader Xu Wei, please. The voice was not loud, but like Li Jian's, it reached the ears of all the disciples of the Misty School in the square, and shocked them. Ah! When Shui Yupeng heard this, she was even more shocked. She thought to herself, this Zhang Xiaohu is just a kid who has just practiced martial arts for a few years. How can his internal strength be so exquisite? Judging from the sound, it's not inferior to Li Jian's. Could it be that the message was wrong? Shui Yupeng thought about what Hu Yuni said and felt a little more courageous. It's just that someone forcefully raised his cultivation. If it was someone like Du Feng, I might consider it for a while. But you just have profound inner strength. What kind of elixir did you use to exchange for it? If you use it with your moves and use it freely, I'm afraid it will be too much for you to do in a few years. Thinking of this, Shui Yupeng smiled and said, Faction leader Zhang, please. After saying that, he stretched out his sword and took a defensive stance. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu sneered and said, Since deputy faction leader Xu Wei is so stubborn, I will make the first move. Please, this Xu Wei is a guest from afar, so I'll follow the host's wishes. Well said, Vice Gang leader Xu Wei, please take this. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, he stretched out his sword. This was the starting stance of the 7 ethereal swords. It was also a way to welcome a guest. Okay, Shui Yupeng had seen O Ping use the 7 ethereal swords before. Although Zhang Xiaohu's move was not as profound as O Peng's, the sound of the tip of the sword piercing through the air was not to be underestimated. Good move. Shui Yupeng blocked with her sword and slanted her body. She wanted to use the tip of her sword to cut Zhang Xiaohu's fingers. Zhang Xiaohu had already focused on the 6 harmonies fist technique before he had mastered his inner force. Of course, he knew the power of pure moves. Therefore, when he was on Shixin Peak and his inner force was crippled, he took the time to focus on practicing the sword technique. Even though his inner force had been changed to genuine qi, it was not easy to control it freely. However, he was immersed in the hard work of the 7 misty swords and now he could see the results. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. He flipped his jade water sword so that the sharp blade was facing outwards. He raised his wrist slightly and went over the tip of Shui Yupeng's sword. He also attacked Shui Yupeng's wrist. The 2 people fighting in the arena didn't say anything, but Li Jian frowned. The 2 people just tested each other with 2 moves. They didn't cut their fingers, but stabbed their wrists. It was quite vicious. Therefore, Li Jian glanced at Hu Yuni and hollered in a deep voice, Sect Master Zhang, Vice Sect Master Xu Wei, this is a sparring competition within Ethereal Sect. May I be so bold as to ask the 2 of you to show mercy? Yes, I understand. Shui Yupeng answered first. Misty School. If Li Jian knows that Shui Yupeng is a member of the Decent Alliance, I wonder what he will think. Zhang Xiaohu thought, but he still said with a smile, Thank you for your reminder, elderly. With Li Jian's reminder, the 2 people could not stab each other's vital parts with their long swords. They changed their moves and attacked the body, arms, and other places where the flesh was thicker. After a while, the two people gradually found the gap between them. Needless to say, although Zhang Xiaohu's internal force was excellent and his moves were exquisite, he had only practiced martial arts for a short time. The subtle differences could be seen. Gradually, Zhang Xiaohu was at a disadvantage. At this time, Chang'e and Qin Chen had realized that this Zhang Xiaohu was still the same Zhang Xiaohu, not the Zhang Xiaohua disguised as Zhang Xiaohu. They could not help but panic. Shui Yupeng laughed and said, "Faction leader Zhang, be careful." Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu's response, she raised her sword above Zhang Xiaohu's aqua water, and then put two fingers of her left hand together. Zhang Xiaohu tried to pull out the aqua water, but he found that there seemed to be a suction force on Shui Yupeng's long sword, which was pulling him to Shui Yupeng's two fingers. As his genuine qi increased, the suction force became stronger. If he could not get rid of it, he had to give up the sword. Of course, giving up the sword meant losing. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohu was not frightened, but laughed and said loudly, "Deputy Faction Leader Shui, you're really good. There are not many people in the Misty School who can match you." Then, he changed the topic, "But I'm not one of them." As he spoke, he opened his eyes slightly and poured all of the true energy in his meridians into the Jade Water Sword. The tip of the Jade Water Sword suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Then, it suddenly expanded and grew to a length of over 2 feet. Ah! Li Jian was the first to notice the change of the aqua water sword, and blurted out, "Sword Radiance." Yes, it's Sword Radiance. Zhang Xiaohu was full of pride. With a roar, he waved his hand, and the Sword Radiance twisted along Shui Yupeng's long sword, which was immediately broken into 2 pieces. And the Sword Radiance was also aimed at Shui Yupeng's 2 fingers. "Ah!" Shui Yupeng exclaimed. Before he could recover from the shock of seeing the Sword Radiance of the aqua water sword had already broken his long sword. But before he could move his eyes away from the broken sword, the Sword Radiance had already reached his 2 fingers. Faction leader Zhang Xiaohu. Although Li Jian was shocked, he had used the Sword Radiance before, so he was the first to wake up. If Zhang Xiaohu cut off Shui Yupeng's 2 fingers, not only would the 2,000 disciples of the Misty School be angry, but it would also be a loss to the overall strength of the Misty School. Therefore, he had to warn Zhang Xiaohu. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly in his heart. The Sword Radiance of the aqua water sword circled around Shui Yupeng's hand, and then he withdrew it. When Shui Yupeng came back to his senses and looked down, he saw that there was a small cut on his sleeve, and his skin was exposed. Alas! Shui Yupeng smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he had overestimated Zhang Xiaohu, he still underestimated him. In the entire Jianghu, how many people could use the Sword Radiance? Zhang Xiaohu must have had some lucky encounter. His inner strength cultivation was actually on par with Li Jian, the most powerful disciple of the Misty School. With this Sword Radiance, what can I rely on to challenge Zhang Xiaohu? Faction leader Zhang's inner strength is profound. I am no match for him. Shui Yupeng was a straightforward person. Seeing that things were not going well, he immediately changed his tone and cupped his hands in front of his chest. Hu Yuni was watching from the side. At first, he was shocked, but then he looked worried. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. At this moment, a shrill voice sounded, "Senior brother Zhang would like to ask for some advice on martial arts. What do you think?" When Zhang Xiaohu turned around, he looked nervous, but there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. It was as if this Zhang Xiaohu was a shameless disciple of the incense cult who had taken away what belonged to him. Tian. Shui Yupeng was shocked. She was about to scold him, but then she remembered that Tian Tian was a direct disciple of the Misty School, not a kid from her family. She turned to look at Hu Yuni. Hu Yuni was delighted, but then he pulled a long face and said, Tian Tian, you're being ridiculous. This is the place where Zhang Xiaohu and your father will compete. If you want to compete, you have to ask for senior brother Zhang's permission. You can't be so reckless. This. Zhang Xiaohu thought to himself, is it necessary? You've made it so clear. What else can I say? That's right, what else could Zhang Xiaohu say? He could only smile and say, it's okay. Junior brother Tian Tian is the direct disciple of the chief disciple of the Misty School. His status is even more honorable than mine. It's my honor to compete with junior brother Tian Tian. Zhang Xiaohu's words were polite, but in Hu Yuni's ears, it was like a clap of thunder that woke him up. The melancholy on his face was swept away. He smiled and said, you two can compete first. I have something to say later. Okay, Zhang Xiaohu put away his jade water sword and struck a 6-harmony fist pose. He smiled and said, Junior brother Tian Tian, please. Wait, Shui Tian Tian stood in front of Zhang Xiaohu without any fear. He waved his small hand and said, Senior brother Zhang's inner strength is profound. It's definitely not something I can compete with. Therefore, I have a condition. What condition? Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. Is it that I can't use inner strength? Shui Tian Tian said proudly, yes. Ah. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was shocked, but at the same time, he couldn't help but laugh secretly. This little thing doesn't use inner strength, but it's something that my younger brother has already played with. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Of course, I'll do as junior brother says. Zhang Xiaohu immediately agreed. Okay, senior brother Zhang, please take this. Shui Tian Tian was overjoyed when he heard this. He crossed his fists and attacked. However, just as he used his move, Zhang Xiaohu was stunned on the spot. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1125. Seeing Shui Tiantian's fist technique, Zhang Xiaohu was stunned on the spot. Then, he almost looked up to the sky and laughed. Yes, or maybe he was rolling on the ground and laughing until he couldn't breathe. The fist technique that Shui Tian Tian used was the Big Dipper magical fist that Zhang Xiaohua had sparred with Zhang Xiaohu countless times in the past. Zhang Xiaohu had not only sparred with Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist using the 6 he fists. It could be said that this set of Big Dipper magical fist was born in Zhang Xiaohu's small house in the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. When Zhang Xiaohua was practicing, she often asked Zhang Xiaohu about it. How could Zhang Xiaohu not be familiar with the Big Dipper magical fist? Yes, even though Zhang Xiaohu couldn't perform this Big Dipper magical fist, he knew all the moves in it. Using the 6 he fists to counter it wasn't difficult at all. Not to mention, Shui Tian Tian was only taught by Zhang Xiaohua using the fist manual that Zhang Xiaohua had recorded down. This Big Dipper magical fist was also strange. For disciples like Zhang Qingyue who had already practiced this fist technique, every time they performed this fist technique, a strange feeling would arise spontaneously. Unknowingly, the moves of the fist technique would deviate and they wouldn't be able to display the power of the Big Dipper magical fist. As for Shui Tian Tian and the other young disciples who were selected by Zhang Qingyue to practice the Big Dipper magical fist, when they first started practicing, they could still follow the rules and perform according to the fist manual. However, if they came into contact with other fist techniques in the future, that strange feeling would arise. Therefore, the moves of the fist technique would naturally be distorted. Therefore, even though Shui Tian Tian knew that this fist technique was profound, after practicing it for a long time, his strength would only increase slightly. The warm current that could temper his bones never appeared. When Shui Tian used this Big Dipper magical fist to compete with Zhang Xiaohu, his thoughts were self-evident. However, since he had met Zhang Xiaohu, who had often sparred with the fist of the North Star, his plan was perfect. Zhang Xiaohu's 6 joint fists were executed smoothly, as if he had not encountered the strange fist of the Big Dipper. After a dozen moves, he immediately grasped Shui Tiantian's fist of the Big Dipper and punched Shui Tiantian's ribs. Immediately, he jumped out of the circle and said with a smile, "Junior brother Tian, are you convinced?" "This disciple is convinced." Shui Tiantian's face and ears turned red. He used to fight with others with his fist technique, but he was not used to it and was in a hurry, which allowed him to catch a flaw. Who knew that the fist technique that he regarded as his trump card was worthless in the eyes of others? How could he not say the word convinced? "Alright, Tian, stop fooling around. You can leave first." Hu Yuni came to the rescue in time. With a wave of his hand, he let Shui Yupeng and Shui Tian leave. Zhang Xiaohu stood at the side. Just like before, he was silent and prepared to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. He wanted to see what other methods Hu Yuni could use to remove him from the position of the Misty School's Big Dipper master. Sure enough, Hu Yuni looked at Li Jian and turned to Zhang Xiaohu and said with a smile, "I didn't expect your martial arts to be so brilliant. This makes me feel quite gratified. I don't dare. It's all because of Master's teachings. This disciple still has to thank Master for his cultivation." Hee, ahai. Although this old man's martial arts have not recovered, I can see that Ahai's martial arts were far inferior to yours. How did he teach you such martial arts? Then, he said in a low voice, could it be that the old beggar Jing Yi spent a lot of effort? Zhang Xiaohu frowned and shook his head slightly. He ignored him and could not explain. Li Jian also frowned and sighed, "Big brother, don't you still have something to say? It's better if you say it all at once." "Okay," Hu Yuni nodded, "didn't Zhang Xiaohu say it just now?" Shui Tian is the direct disciple of the original Misty School's Big Dipper master, Zhang Qingyue. His status is more honorable than his. Obviously, he recognizes the importance of the Misty School's Big Dipper master. That's natural. Big Dipper Master Zhang used to be our Misty School's Big Dipper master. I've already explained this to Big Brother. It's a pity. How can Zhang Xiaohu compare to Zhang Qingyue's Big Dipper master? This Big Dipper master is not the same Big Dipper master. Big Brother. What do you mean by that? Li Jian was a little displeased. Even though the incense cult was the one who first proposed Zhang Xiaohu's identity as the chief disciple, they later asked for the opinions of our little brother and Hai. They even got the approval of all the Misty School's disciples on Shixin Peak. What's the difference? However, after saying that, Li Jian's expression changed slightly, as if he had thought of something. Ha, second brother, do you understand what Big Brother means? AI, Big Brother. Our Misty School has changed a lot. Even if we want Shui Tian to be the chief disciple of the Misty School, he still can't take out the chief disciple medallion. The waist token of the chief disciple? The Middle Misty School's disciples in the square were all surprised. Many of them did not know about this, and they could not help but discuss it. Silence. Li Jian was furious. The chief disciple's waist token was known only to the direct disciples. Very few people in the sect knew about it. Now that Hu Yuni had spoken about it in front of everyone, it was clear that Hu Yuni was determined to prevent Zhang Xiaohu from becoming the Grand Clan leader. When everyone heard Li Jian's anger, they all fell silent. However, Hu Yuni smiled and said, Shui Tian Tian is the only direct disciple of the chief disciple, Zhang Qingyue. If he were to become the chief disciple of our Misty School, it would be perfectly justifiable. Even if he did not have the legacy waste token, he would still be recognized. However, Zhang Xiaohu is different. His master is Wenwenhai, and he is not the chief disciple. If he wants to be the chief disciple, he has to take out the legacy waste token of the chief disciple. Only then can he truly be the chief disciple or the grand clan leader. Just based on the so-called fake waste token of the fragrance cult, he will never be the real grand clan leader of our Misty School. Big brother Li Jian was really angry. He shouted, I did not want to embarrass you in front of everyone, but our Misty School suffered such a disaster. It is already a blessing that our disciples were able to return safely to Misty Mountain Villa. Our Misty Mountain Villa has a lot of things to do. The library, the pharmacy, and so on need to be rebuilt. We have not even seen the legacy waste token of that Lao Zi. How do you expect us to find it? From what Big Brother is saying, without the legacy waste token, only that little boy Shui Tian Tian can become the grand clan leader of our Misty School. Even if other people have the best martial arts in the world, they will not be able to become the grand clan leader of our Misty School. Hu Yuni's expression changed slightly. However, he gritted his teeth and nodded slightly. Of course they can. However, this way, they will not be the direct disciples of our Misty School. This Misty School will not be the original Misty School. Ha ha ha, that's good. Li Jian laughed angrily. Big brother, then you can take your time to find your legacy waste token. You can take your time to support your legitimate Misty sect. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm going to rebuild a Misty sect with Sect Master Zhang, which is not a direct descendant of Misty sect. Second brother, if you insist, Big brother. Big brother cannot stop you. Big brother does not wish for the Misty School left by fourth brother to fall into the hands of evil people. Hu Yuni's eyes were a little blurred. He muttered, that day, fourth brother handed over the young Eagle Hall disciple to me. He died in the Misty Peak in front of the Fragrance Cult, the Dalan Temple, and the Righteous Alliance. How can I be at ease with his legacy? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. He said loudly, elderly, who said that our branch is going to build a Misty School that is not the direct disciples of the Misty School. If we are talking about legacies, our Misty School is the true immortal Dao legacy. Li Jian asked curiously, Grand Clan Leader Zhang, you. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaohu said in a low voice, I would like to trouble Grand Master Hu. What does the legacy waste token of our Misty School's chief disciple look like? Hu Yuni said with some disdain, you don't even know what the legacy waste token looks like. How can you talk about being a direct disciple? Li Jian snorted and said, back then, Master didn't let me see any legacy waste token, but I am still Master's direct disciple. Seeing that Li Jian had misunderstood, Hu Yuni sighed and said, this legacy waste token of the chief disciple is an item of my Misty School's immortal Dao legacy. Back then, I was the one who kept it, but later on, I gave the position of Grand Clan Leader to fourth brother, so I transferred it to him. This waste token is only known to me, fourth brother, and Zhang Qingyue. After saying that, he whispered what the legacy waste token looked like. Zhang Xiaohu was enlightened. Then, he looked as if he had expected it. He reached out and took out the waste token that Zhang Xiaohua gave him. He said with a smile, Grand Master Hu, look at this. Is this the waste token of the chief disciple that you mentioned? Hu Yuni's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and snatched it away. After carefully looking at it, his expression dimmed. He snorted and said, that old beggar Jing Yi actually gave this to you. Looks like she's planning far ahead. When Li Jian saw this, He knew that the waste token that Zhang Xiaohu took out was the chief disciple's waste token. He couldn't help but be stunned, but then he smiled and said, "Big brother." Grand Clan leader Zhang also obtained this waste token. It's the heavens that bless my Misty School. Who else but him can take the position of Grand Clan leader? Hu Yuni was at a loss for words. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with this, he heard Zhang Xiaohu say, "Elder Hu, please return this waste token to me. You're from the Fragrance sect. This waste token is my Misty School's immortal Dao legacy. How can you take it?" Zhang Xiaohu was furious. He waved his hand and used the telekinesis technique that Zhang Xiaohua taught him. An invisible string seemed to tug at the waste token. In an instant, the waste token was snatched from Hu Yuni's hand and flew back to Zhang Xiaohu's hand. Dragon controlling hand. Hu Yuni cried out in panic. He didn't care that his meridians couldn't circulate his qi and used it to execute the Misty School. But just as he stood up, his chest heaved violently. With a pu sound, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Big brother. Li Jian couldn't care about anything else. He went forward to support Hu Yuni. Blood was flowing from the corner of Hu Yuni's mouth, and his face was pale gold. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. Chapter 11:26. However, without waiting for Li Jian to steady him, Hu Yuni stood up with difficulty and pushed Li Jian away. Without wiping the blood from his mouth, he stared straight at Zhang Xiaohu and said fiercely, "Zhang Xiaohu. What grudge does my Misty School have with you that you would use this kind of method to destroy my descendants?" Zhang Xiaohu held the token in his hand and coldly snorted, "Elder Hu, you're putting too much on me. I only became the leader of the Misty School and you're already so disgusted with me. Only by pushing Shui Tian, who is under your wing, to the position of leader will you be able to feel at ease. It doesn't matter who becomes the sect master. You forcefully took my ethereal sect's legacy token. That's not allowed. If you don't return the legacy token to my ethereal sect, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and pointed at Shui Tian. "Only Zhang Qingyue's disciple is a disciple of the Misty School. Isn't Wen Wenhai's disciple also a disciple of the Misty School? Only Elder Hu's disciple is a disciple of the Misty School. Isn't Elder Li's disciple also a disciple of the Misty School?" Then, looking at the token in his hand, he tossed it up and down and said, "As for this legacy token, to be honest, even I didn't know it was the token of our Misty School's chief disciple. I just thought it was a normal token. Moreover, this was given to me by a senior who has a deep relationship with our Misty School. He didn't explain how to use it, so it has nothing to do with the incense cult that Elder Hu is talking about." Hu Yuni sneered, "You keep talking about that senior, but I've never seen him. When the Misty School was destroyed, that senior didn't even show his face. Why is it that when it comes to you, he always comes out?" Zhang Xiaohu. Don't try to scare me. This is all that old beggar Jing Yi's evil plan, don't you think so? Zhang Xiaohu really didn't know how to convince this Elder Hu was dead set on believing that he was a spy for the cult of incense. He could only hide the inheritance token on his body again. He took out the jade water sword and placed it in the palm of his left hand. Then, he forcefully formed a seal with his right hand and channeled a meager amount of qi into the seal. When the seal gradually took shape, Zhang Xiaohu's index and middle fingers joined together and pointed at the jade water sword in his left hand. The jade water sword wobbled into the air and stopped in midair. Then, Zhang Xiaohu silently circulated his qi and the seal in his hand moved slightly. The flying sword in midair seemed to be waved by someone. Following the changes in the seal in Zhang Xiaohu's hand, the 7 ethereal swords were displayed one by one. Flying sword. Li Jian looked at the jade water sword in the air and couldn't help but cry out in shock. This was his lifelong pursuit, and it was also the supreme realm of the way of the sword. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, how could he not be surprised? The Misty School disciples around the square were even more surprised. Their mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. Even after Zhang Xiaohu exhausted all the qi in his meridians and forcefully put away the jade water sword, their mouths still hadn't closed. Shui Yupeng's expression was even more peculiar. She first rubbed her eyes, then pinched her own thigh. Her eyes were first filled with envy, then jealousy. She then stared at the place where Zhang Xiaohu hid the legacy token, unwilling to look away for a long time. Hu Yuni was different. He was first delighted, then his face turned ashen as he muttered, "The heavens are destroying my misty school, the heavens are destroying my misty school." Zhang Xiaohu was right beside Hu Yuni. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder Hu, let me remind you again. I am a direct disciple of the Misty School, and now I have also received the legacy of the Misty School. Therefore, I am the legitimate disciple of the Misty School. From today onwards, Martial Uncle Zhang Qingyue's branch is no longer what you call legitimate." Hu Yuni sat on the ground and shook his head weakly. I don't know where you learned the technique of passing on the incense sect. You actually pretended to be a disciple of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't be bothered to speak to Hu Yuni at that moment. He surveyed the surrounding disciples and said loudly, "Disciples, what I just revealed is the sword art of our ethereal sect's immortal Tao. Moreover, I also did as Elder Hu requested. Not only did I compete with Deputy Gang Leader Shui in sword technique, I also took out the token of the incense sect's chief disciple. If that still can't win Elder Hu's trust, then I don't know how to win his trust. However, Elder Hu is right. The Misty School is not a place where one person has the final say. Winning the trust of one person is not important. As long as I can win the trust of all of you, that's enough. Therefore, as for who is the legitimate disciple of the Misty School, you can decide for yourselves. Alright, let's end this farce here. All of you, disperse. The disciples of the Misty School should do what they should do. Don't be affected by this matter." "Yes, big gang leader." The disciples were full of courage and they all spoke in unison. Soon after, they slowly dispersed, leaving only the 2,000 disciples that Elder Hu had brought back. They separated themselves from the young Eagle Hall disciples and quietly stood at the side of the plaza. Zhang Xiaohu glanced at them and said in a low voice, "Elderly, you, go and see the one who accompanied Elder Hu. I really don't know how to persuade him." Sigh. Elder Hu was also worried about the inheritance of the Misty School, but I don't know why. He walked into a dead end. Li Jian said and saluted again. "Congratulations, big gang leader. Your martial arts have improved greatly, and now you even have the cultivation of the immortal path. It's really the great fortune of the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "I don't dare to accept such praise. I was just lucky to have learned a little bit. I've made a fool of myself in front of Elderly." Then he said, "I'll leave this to Elderly. I'll go back to the meeting hall first." "Yes, big gang leader. I'll definitely take care of it." After Zhang Xiaohu turned and left, Li Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohu's tall and straight back and shook his head slightly. He felt that the Zhang Xiaohu in front of him was becoming more and more mysterious and unfathomable. Unknowingly, more than 10 days passed. After the incident in the square, the Misty School disciples respected Zhang Xiaohu even more. The cohesion of the Misty School was unprecedentedly great. And Hu Yuni didn't do what Zhang Xiaohu thought. He didn't see the 2,000 disciples pull him out, stand alone on the mountain, and listened to Li Jian's occasional reports. It seemed that he was also hesitating. Oh. When Zhang Xiaohu was sitting on the chair in the meeting hall and worrying about Hu Yunyi's matter, he suddenly heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice behind him. Second brother, you're actually sitting on the big gang leader's chair. It seems that Shui Yupeng was defeated by you. Congratulations. Sigh, what's there to be happy about? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. You don't know the situation now. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She asked curiously, you won the martial arts competition, right? What can't you solve? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and told her what happened that day. In the end, he added, Elder Hu is the most senior and oldest elder in the Misty School. He has worked hard for the Misty School his whole life. Although he has a problem with me, he's also very attached to the Misty School. I couldn't bear to punish him and wanted him to stay, but now it seems that they're most likely going to leave. That stubborn old man. Zhang Xiaohua flicked her sleeves and said, if he's going to leave, then so be it. Otherwise, he'll mess things up. That's easy for you to say. There are still 2,000 disciples of the Misty School. If he leaves, won't he take all of them with him? From what you said, Shui Yupeng is a disciple of the Righteous Alliance. Won't my 2,000 disciples benefit the Righteous Alliance? No matter what you say, that won't do. What do you want to do then? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Sigh, there's no other way. That's why I'm worried. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Oh, by the way, Xiaohua, are you here because the last batch of soul-absorbing pills has been completed? Yes, that's right. It's in the secret passage. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and then realized something. Second brother, are you going to use the soul-absorbing pills to control these 2,000 Misty School disciples? No need. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. The soul-absorbing pills are harmful to nature. If I can avoid using them, of course I won't. Moreover, they are the disciples of the Misty School. They are my brothers. I can't use the soul-absorbing pills on them. Oh, second brother, that's a good idea. I support you. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands. At this time, a disciple reported outside that the leaders of the drill hall and the great martial hall wanted to see him. You go back to the secret passage first. I'll see what they want. Zhang Xiaohu asked Zhang Xiaohua to enter the secret passage before letting Wang Luan and Lu Bin in. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu, they bowed and said, Faction leader Zhang, we have something important to report to you. Well, please take a seat. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and asked them to take a seat. Then he asked, what's the important thing? Wang Luan looked at Lu Bin and said, Faction leader, Shui Yupeng came to the drill hall last night with a token from the Righteous Alliance's vice leader Yu. He asked us to lead our disciples to follow his orders. Lu Bin chimed in, Big faction leader, I'm in the same situation as clan leader Wang. I was chased into the great martial hall by Shui Yupeng. He has the token of the Righteous Alliance and wants me to listen to his orders. Zhang Xiaohu squinted his eyes and asked calmly, what did Shui Yupeng want you to do? Wang Luan and Lu Bin looked at each other and shook their heads. Wang Luan said, Shui Yupeng didn't say anything. He just showed us the token and asked us to follow his orders. Hee, how did you answer? Zhang Xiaohu laughed. Faction leader, of course we went with the flow. We just said that we would follow his orders. Well done. I already know. You can go now. If there's anything else, report to me immediately. Yes, we'll follow Grand Faction Master's orders. The two men bowed respectfully, then turned around and left. When Zhang Xiaohua came out from the secret room, Zhang Xiaohu said with a bitter smile, "Look, the person beside Elder Hu is the one who is going to overturn the Misty School. He didn't even know what's right or wrong and put the blame on me. I really want to wake him up with a punch and show him who's the real master of the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and came up with an idea. She whispered something in Zhang Xiaohu's ear. Zhang Xiaohu's face lit up and said, "This is really feasible. It's a complete cultivation story. The ending of the story should be that Zhang Xiaohua becomes a god. But the new book needs your support. Xiaohua also needs your support. The process of an ordinary person becoming a saint is too big in the book review section. I posted a sticky post. Everyone, please leave your footprints. This post will be stuck at the top forever. Thank you everyone." Chapter 11:27. The last old man opened his eyes and said coldly, "The Dalan temples Yuan Tian, Yuan Dao, Yuan Ming, and Yuan Wu were famous in Jianghu back then. They were the famous four protectors of the Dalan temple. For the sake of passing down the Shindao sect, the three of us didn't dare to show our faces in public. How could we have any reputation? Even if we stood in front of the people of Jianghu, no one would know." Daoist Hao Feng's words raise the prestige of others and destroy our own morale. Bai Yinqiu smiled like a flower and said, "If Daoist Hao Feng says that you are the mysterious cultivator who seriously injured the Dalan temple's master Yuan Tian, then, who in Jianghu wouldn't know?" Hearing this, Daoist Hao Feng's face also showed a smug expression. Seriously injuring the abbot of the Dalan temple and then killing him was one of the earth-shattering things that Daoist Hao Feng had done in his early years. He could not help but feel proud. It can't be that much. Grandmaster Yuantian's cultivation was very high. Back then, it was only because he underestimated his opponent that this old man took advantage of him. Although Yuan Tian died, this old man was also injured. It will take several years of recuperation for me to fully recover. Daoist Hao Feng is too modest. When our sect destroys this immortal mansion, our name will shake the world and we will command the Jianghu. That will be the day you can hold your head high. The world belongs to you young people. What hope do we old people have? If it weren't for the importance of this matter, why would we be willing to come out?" Daoist Hao Feng waved his hand and thought for a moment before asking, "In this Jianghu assembly, did you see Abbe Shu Qing and Abbe Shu Jie?" Bai Yinqiu's face showed surprise again, but then he covered his mouth with his hand and sighed. "I heard that the two elders of the incense cult died a long time ago. Could it be that they are like the Dalan temple's master Yuan Dao and the others, that they also live in seclusion and cultivate?" Bai Zhangmen, although you have stepped into the path of immortality, the path of immortality is far from what you can imagine with your current cultivation. The immortal Dao was different from the martial Dao. It could only temper one's inner strength and increase one's cultivation. One could flaunt one's bravery in the pugilistic world and be in the limelight for a period of time. When one cultivates the immortal Dao to a high level, not only can one overturn rivers and seas with a raise of one's hand, one can even prolong one's lifespan. Then, wouldn't they all become immortals? Bai Yinqiu was somewhat disdainful, but his face was still respectful. If what Hao Yu said is true, then, where did the people of the Tao of Immortality go? Sigh, the world has changed and vital energy has been annihilated. We cultivators of the immortal Tao have lost the foundation of our existence. How can we live forever? Daoist Master Hao Yu sighed and said, "What I just said is only the phenomenon of the cultivation of the Tao of Immortality reaching the pinnacle. But, even our Shen Dao sect's founder, Wan Wuxin, did not reach such a realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to use a primordial spirit projection to pass down his Tao teachings." What level is the primordial spirit projection at? Bai Yinqiu asked curiously. "I don't know. Daoist Master Haoyuk shook his head. Perhaps it wasn't the pinnacle of the realm in ancient times, but now, it's already the cultivation of an immortal. Then, as one's cultivation of the Tao of immortality deepens, will one's lifespan also increase? Bai Yinqiu probed. Exactly. But how can an ordinary cultivation have such an effect? That's why my fellow disciples, the 3 monks of the Dalan Temple, and Shu Qing and Shu Jia of the Incense sect all meditate and cultivate, hoping to further break through the realm and prolong our lifespan in one fell swoop. I.O., 3 Taoists, this disciple, has disturbed your cultivation. I hope you can forgive me. Bai Yinqiu hurriedly got up and bowed. He, it's fine, it's fine. Daoist Master Haoyu waved his hand and said, the immortal mansion is a matter of great importance. Even if you didn't say anything, we would have left the mountain. What do you mean? Bai Yinqiu asked curiously. The immortal mansion, who knows what's inside? How can we not be curious about something that even ancestral Master Huan covets? Even if we can't take back the immortal mansion and make it the foundation of our Shindao sect's inheritance, as long as we can obtain the ancient Tao of immortality pills inside, we might be able to break through our current bottleneck and advance our cultivation to the next level. Your lifespan will certainly increase along with it. Correct. Daoist Master Haoyu continued, if there's some kind of immortal pill that can prolong one's lifespan, we only need one, wouldn't all our problems be solved? Life-prolonging pill. Bai Yinqiu exclaimed. Does the immortal mansion really have such a legendary pill? Maybe, maybe not, but as long as there's a chance, who would give it up? Daoist Master Haoyu laughed. That's right, Daoist Master is right. Bai Yinqiu's face flushed red. He raised his head and asked, Li, what about the Righteous Alliance and Incense Cult's actions? Li Su was listening to Bai Yinqiu and the 3 Daoist masters talking. He didn't expect to be suddenly asked, as if he didn't hear anything. Not only Li Su, but even Liang Zhangshu and the others were intoxicated. It was as if the legendary thing was about to happen to them. Li. Bai Yinqiu asked discontentedly. I'm asking you. Oh, sect leader. Li Su came to his senses and hurriedly replied, what I heard was really unimaginable. I've learned a lot. Please forgive me, sect leader. It's all right. Not only you, but even I was enlightened after hearing Daoist Master's words. I know the importance of the immortal mansion this time. Fortunately, I had the primordial spirit projection of Ancestor Huan to remind me between the clouds and the water, so I got a head start. The chances of getting the immortal mansion or entering the immortal mansion in advance have greatly increased. When the time comes, as long as there are benefits, all of you will be my disciples between the clouds and the water. How can you be left out? Thank you, sect leader. Li Su and the others were overjoyed. They bowed and thanked him. No need. Li, what about the Incense Cult and the Righteous Alliance? Sect leader, the Righteous Alliance came a little late. They set up camp on the west side of Ya Mountain. There are about 200 disciples now. I heard that the several thousand disciples of the Righteous Alliance who stayed at Misty Peak were all captured by the disciples of the Misty School. None of them escaped. Zhang San suffered such a big loss at the hands of the Incense Cult. It's strange that he didn't look for trouble with the Incense Cult or the Misty School. Sect leader, if it weren't for the Immortal Mansion, I'm afraid Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance would have flipped out long ago. However, the several thousand disciples didn't lose their martial arts or their lives. Zhang San only needs to spare some time in the future to kill them. Isn't he afraid that the Misty School's Zhang Xiaohu won't hand over the several thousand disciples? Li Su laughed. Li is right. The Misty School has taken advantage of the Immortal Mansion. Bai Yinqiu nodded. Oh right, what about the Misty School? didn't they come to Yao Shan with the incense cult? According to the disciples' report, everything in Misty Peak is normal. However, about 10 days ago, the exiled Hu Yuni brought another group of disciples of the Misty School back. I think the disciples of the Misty School are now racking their brains over who should be the leader of the Misty School. That's right. In Misty Peak, the disciples of the Misty School led by Zhang Xiaohu, the disciples of the Misty School led by Hu Yuni, and the disciples of the incense cult led by Ming Qing. There are also several thousand disciples of the Righteous Alliance who were captured. These people are in a mess. How can they spare the effort to come to Yaoshan? Perhaps only when the incense cult's abbess Jing Yi graces them with her presence can they completely suppress them. Not necessarily. Abbess Jing Yi said that she wouldn't care about the Misty School anymore. If she interferes, she'll be exposed. In Jianghu, there are many cases of men stealing and women prostituting. Abbess Jing Yi is just burying her head in the sand. Who doesn't know this? Sect leader is wise and far-sighted. I think the Misty School is also under Abbess Jing Yi's orders. That's why they're biding their time. Who cares? If they don't come, it's because there are fewer opponents. They can't be called opponents. They're just troublesome. Bai Yanqiu waved his hand as if he was shooing away an annoying fly. Then, he smiled apologetically at the three immortals and asked, "Please enlighten me." The two abbesses of the incense cult, Shu Qing and Shu Jie, what are their cultivations? This was the question that Bai Yanqiu was most concerned about. Daoist Hao Yun and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. The incense cult hides from the world and Shu Qing and Shu Jie are both older than us. They also entered the path of immortality earlier. Their current cultivation, if there's no accident, they should be above us. It's just that, they haven't broken through the bottleneck, so they're all qi refinement cultivations. There's no essential difference. Bai Yanqiu frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a divine sense descended from the sky like a waterfall and swept past the tent where Bai Yanqiu and the others were in, Sakura. Daoist Hao Yun frowned and asked curiously, Tenryu's sect, how did they come so quickly? However, the divine sense seemed to have sensed something and immediately swept back. It actually scanned the bodies of Daoist Hao Yun and the other two several times. You're going too far. Daoist Hao Yun was furious. Even if you're the most powerful person in the world, you can't do this. No, Daoist Hao Yun, this isn't Sakura. Bai Yanqiu suddenly shouted. Disciple has seen Sakura's divine sense in the incense cult. It didn't seem to be this strong, a nameless immortal expert. The four people looked at each other, their eyes full of astonishment. Their figures rose into the air and flew straight out of the tent. Zhang Xiaohua left the Misty Mountain Villa. She originally wanted to go south and look for Chu Jing along the way to the Dragon Mountain. However, after flying for a while, she felt somewhat reluctant. Reluctant about what? Needless to say, it was the immortal mansion on Yao Mountain. This was the Beidou School's foundation that Zhang Xiaohua had long identified. She wanted to put the immortal mansion into her pocket before between the clouds and the water. However, after careful consideration, she knew that this immortal mansion wasn't something she could swallow in one go. How could her heart be at ease? She unconsciously changed her mind and turned around to fly to the west. Far away from Yao Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw Lu Town, Bao Town, Pingyao Town, Nanyang Town, Nanzhao Town, and so on. They were all filled with Jianghu people. Every street and alley was filled with people holding shining swords and spears. Ordinary people all closed their doors and peeked outside. No one dared to go out easily. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch her head. Chapter 11:28. At night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. The whimpering autumn wind blew through the withered branches of the misty mountain villa. The branches trembled violently in the dark night. With a "kacha" sound, a slightly thinner branch was broken by the wind and fell to the ground. In just a moment, two figures fell from the sky and landed under the big tree. They were the two disciples of the Misty School who were on duty. Both of them held long swords and looked around vigilantly. One of them even jumped to the top of the tree and looked around. Seeing that there was no abnormality, he jumped down. The other person looked around the big tree carefully. When that person came down, he whispered, "Did you see anything unusual?" That person shook his head. "No, there is no trace of anything unusual." "Well, there is no suspicious trace under the tree. Perhaps it is a fallen branch." That disciple pointed to the branch that was blown to the side by the wind and said, "Senior brother, what you said is reasonable. At this time, the wind is strong. It is normal for the branch to be blown off. Go to the side to patrol. Now is the critical time for our Misty School. We can't let other disciples enter easily." "Yes, senior brother." That disciple nodded and was about to leave. However, he hesitated and asked, "Senior brother, I have something to ask. Although I know it is not appropriate to say it, if I don't say it, it is really uncomfortable. Junior brother Juan, if you have something to say, just say it. I have watched you grow up. You are almost like a brother to me. If you have something to say, who else can you say it to?" "Well, senior brother, then I will take the liberty to ask." Junior brother Juan turned his head and looked at the ethereal mountain villa in the dark night. He whispered, "Alas, when I see the familiar ethereal mountain villa, even though it is a little shabby, my heart feels warm. It is much more comfortable than the ethereal hall on the Shershine Peak, which is much more luxurious. Hee, isn't it?" Junior brother Juan and the others went to the misty hall in the front mountain of the Shershine Peak. We were in the wilderness behind the Shershine Peak. The feeling of returning to the misty mountain villa is more emotional than you. After speaking, that senior brother looked at junior brother Juan with a smile that was not a smile. Junior brother wouldn't want to tell senior brother about reminiscing about the past and reminiscing about the past, right? "It's nothing, senior brother Lou. Actually, what I want to ask is very simple. Think about how our Misty School has gone through so many trials and tribulations. Senior brother Lou and the others had their martial arts crippled before sect leader Zhang rescued them and allowed them to recover. Now, our Misty School's disciples are all gathered together, and sect leader Zhang has even recruited the disciples of the incense cult and the alliance of righteous sects under his wing. This situation is unprecedented. It can't be, because of Grandmaster Hu's obstruction. Is it going to fall apart? Was it going to be destroyed in a day? Whenever I think about it, I feel suffocated." Senior brother Lou looked at junior brother Juan with a gratified smile and said, "To be honest, there are too many things that I don't know and I can't say. However, before Martial Ancestor Hu came, what was the situation in my Misty School? Of course it's getting better every day. Sect Master Zhang is a wise and brilliant man who has managed to unify the entire Misty sect flawlessly." "Yes, then what about Grandmaster Hu after he leaves?" Senior brother Lou means Grandmaster Hu is going to leave. Sect leader Zhang is still the sect leader. Junior brother Juan was somewhat confused. "But Grandmaster Hu is a founding member of my Misty School. If he leaves, then Grandmaster Li and the others will also leave. Moreover, aren't many of the Misty School's disciples going to leave? Junior brother Juan, let me ask you. If you were to choose, who would you choose? Is there even a need to ask? On Shershine Peak, I went through hardships with sect leader Zhang. Now that I'm here, how can I abandon him and leave? Moreover, sect leader Zhang received the inheritance of my Misty School and has the Immortal Dao inheritance token. He also has the cultivation of the Immortal Dao. He is the orthodox disciple of my Misty School. How can I choose someone else? Moreover, if Grandmaster Hu establishes another faction, Shui Yupeng will definitely be the sect leader. Although he is the deputy sect leader of my Misty School, he is still the sect leader of the Luo Shui gang. If I go, I may become a disciple of the Luo Shui gang in the future. Why would I be looking for trouble for no reason? Ha ha ha. Senior brother Lu patted junior brother Wan's shoulder and laughed. You know how to choose. Don't others know? Moreover, Grandmaster Li has already made it clear that he only recognizes sect leader Zhang. He doesn't recognize anyone else. If Grandmaster Li doesn't leave, will others leave? Hee, that's true. Those who want to leave are those who have just arrived. At most, the Misty School is no different from before Grandmaster Hu came. Junior brother Wan said mysteriously, Senior brother Lu, I'll ask one more question. Your martial arts, were you really saved by sect leader Zhang? Hearing junior brother Wan's doubts, senior brother Lu's expression changed. He stopped smiling and said, this question is quite inappropriate. How can sect leader Zhang doubt our grace? But then, he waved his hand and said, alas, I don't blame you. You and the others only live in the front mountain freely. How can you know our misery? Seeing senior brother Lu angry, junior brother Wan immediately smiled apologetically and said, I won't hide it from senior brother Lu. I've been with sect leader Zhang at Shixin Peak for several years, but I've never seen anything special about him. Even his martial arts have always been below mine. It's extremely inconsistent with his status as a direct disciple. Even when he received Abish Jing Yi's recognition and became the chief disciple of Misty Hall, he still followed the rules and didn't have the slightest flaw. But how could he do such an earth-shattering thing behind the backs of the disciples who spent all day with us and the disciples of Incense Cult? My goodness, senior brother Lu, you. I'm afraid there are more than 1,000 of you. Sect leader Zhang even restored your martial arts. This is a divine ability that only immortals have. I really don't dare to believe it. What's there to not believe? Didn't you see sect leader Zhang's flying sword? Although it can't compare to the legends, but Grand Gang leader Zhang is already a cultivator of the Tao of Immortality. Restoring our martial arts should be a simple matter. Senior brother Lu said and looked in the direction of the meeting hall. After a while, he said, Lu, will never forget sect leader Zhang's grace. Don't listen to Elder Hu's nonsense. Even if Elder Hu stays and sect leader Zhang establishes another Misty School, Lu will definitely follow sect leader Zhang. Lu, will use my life to repay sect leader Zhang's kindness. That's right. Elder Hu. Alas, Elder Hu's body is failing. Although Tian is martial uncle Zhang's disciple, she's still young. Elder Hu's branch, the future is bleak, the two whispered, but their bodies did not stop. Two pairs of eyes looked around and gradually walked away. When they were far away, in the shadow of a big tree not far away, there was a slight movement. A tall and thin figure slowly appeared. This person was wearing black night clothes and his face was covered with a black cloth. He held a long sword in his hand. His bright eyes stared at the backs of the two for a long time, then he sighed slightly. Immediately, he stood up, identified the direction, and used his qin gong to go. That person did not walk towards the Misty Mountain Villa. Instead, he walked out of the villa and went all the way south. He passed by two small villages and arrived in front of a short earth temple. That person jumped onto the earth temple and looked around. Then, as if he was not at ease, he surrounded the earth temple. He walked around the area with a radius of hundreds of feet. Then, he stopped and walked slowly to the front of the Earth Temple. He sat down cross-legged with his palms facing the sky and started to meditate. After an unknown period of time, a figure wearing a green robe suddenly appeared 10 feet in front of the Earth Temple. Then, the figure fluttered to the front of that person and landed gently. He said, "Gang leader Shui, you're really early." The person who came early did not seem to expect that someone would suddenly appear and speak. When he opened his eyes in surprise, the long sword in his hand was pulled out. Seeing that the person in front of him was so alert, the man in the green robe smiled and said, "Shui Yupeng, it's me. I'm the one who called you out. Leader Wu." The masked person saw the bronze mask on the face of the man in the green robe and blurted out, Gang leader Shui is really forgetful. Not long ago, we parted at the Evil Tiger Mountain Villa. Don't you know that my surname is Jiang? I wouldn't dare. Although I've never seen your face, I've heard of your name in the pugilistic world. I wonder. How should I address you? Ha ha ha, Shui Yupeng, you're really careful. Didn't I use the secret code that you and Vice Alliance leader you agreed on that piece of paper? You're still suspicious of me. The man in the green robe took off his bronze mask and revealed his real face. If that's the case, then gang leader Shui should just call me Vice Alliance leader Jiang. Forgive me, Vice Alliance leader Wu. The masked man took out a match from his bosom and lit it up to take a look. Only then did he feel relieved. He also took off his own black cloth, revealing Shui Yupeng's face. Then, Shui Yupeng covered her face with the black cloth and the man in the green robe put on his bronze mask. Vice Alliance leader Jiang, what's so important that you've called me out in such a hurry? Of course there's something important. Otherwise, how could I come out so easily? The man in the green robe said proudly, I heard that Hu Yuni was humiliated at Ethereal Heights and the disciples of Misty School didn't take him seriously. Our plan to make you the leader of Misty School has been seriously hindered. Gang leader Jiang. I really admire you. You've gotten this information so quickly. Shui Yupeng cupped her hands in salute. That's what the blue flame token is for anyway. There's nothing special about it. But gang leader Jiang's information is a little outdated. Is there some good news? I've already used Vice Alliance leader Yu's token to contact the leaders of the 2 halls of the Righteous Alliance in Misty School. More than 5,000 people from the 2 halls have agreed to listen to my orders. I know about this. This is Alliance leader Zhang's secret move in Misty School. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote recommendation and monthly at Chidian.com. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.